Good evening. This regular meeting of the Socorro ISD Board of Trustees will come to order, please. The date is Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The time is 6:01, and we have a confirmed quorum. Thank you for joining us for this meeting, both in person and online via our YouTube stream. The full recording of the meeting will be available on YouTube and archived through the board website, where viewers have the option of watching the meeting with closed captions translated in multiple languages. Gracias por acompañarnos. Let me try that again. Gracias por acompañarnos en esta reunión tanto en persona como en línea a través de nuestra transmisión de YouTube. La grabación completa de la reunión estará disponible en YouTube y se archivará a través del sitio web de la Junta, donde los espectadores tienen la opción de ver la reunión con subtítulos traducidos a varios idiomas. One of our outstanding students from Socorro High School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. As a freshman Bulldog, Dariana Herrera is seizing new opportunities by exploring diverse career paths, participating in basketball and volleyball, and honing her artistic skills. Each of these pursuits not only enriching her high school experience, but also laying a strong foundation for a bright and successful future. This weekend, Dariana participated in the Visual Art Scholastic Event Competition, where she earned a superior rating and received a regional medal. Just yesterday, she was recognized with the Sweepstakes Award in the Cross District Black History Month Art Contest for her painting titled Cornrows. She showcased her talent alongside students from the Socorro, Isleta, and Gadsden school districts. Dariana is looking forward to embracing even more opportunities during her next 3 years in high school. We wish you the best of luck, Dariana. Please join us in standing along with Dariana for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give Dariana another round of applause, please. Okay, continuing with our agenda, interim superintendent's comments. Mr. Vasquez, please.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and members of the community. This afternoon, we celebrated our Teachers of the Year Elite 8 reception, where we recognized 50 campus Teachers of the Year, and we named our Elite 8 teacher finalists. Great job to all our teachers for their being incredible, inspiring educators. Of course, congratulations to the Elite 8 finalists as well. We had a great time at the announcement event, and we're super excited for the finalists. Congratulations to all of them once again. Congratulations also to all 6 of our high school mariachi groups for qualifying for the prestigious 2025 UIL State Mariachi Festival. The Americas, Eastlake, El Dorado, Montwood, Pebble Hills, and Socorro Mariachi Ensembles earned a Division I rating at the UIL Area Mariachi Contest on February 1st. This Saturday, they will compete again in Seguin, Texas at the state contest. Congratulations again, and we wish them all the best on Saturday. And I know it's been an extremely difficult week for all of us in SISD, but the best part of my week last week was attending the technology showcase on Thursday. Big kudos to the instructional technology, academics, and technology services teams for another outstanding SISD academic technology showcase. Talking to the students, teachers, parents, and grandparents and seeing the joy and excitement in their faces reminded me that despite all of our challenges that we're facing, we're still an amazing district. We're still honoring our vision and our mission, and we're still doing great things for kids. I'm still extremely proud to be part of Team SISD, and this concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. All right, continuing then, we move to open forum. Each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process during your presentation. A reminder, you are allowed 3 minutes for open forum. If you signed up for open forum and an agenda item, you will be allowed a total of 5 minutes. I will ask you, because of the number of speakers, I do not know if you signed up for 2 different items. Okay, so if you are aware that you signed up to speak during open forum and an agenda item, remember the total time is 5 minutes. You'll be allowed 3 minutes for the very beginning, which then leaves you 2 minutes for the agenda item. If you want something different, please let me know in advance. Okay, thank you. We'll proceed to open forum. Our first speaker of the night, Ms. Victoria Soto, please.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Soto, and I teach choir and piano at Enzer Middle School, and I am so glad to be in my 27th year of All In. When a person hears All In, usually Las Vegas comes to mind. What's at stake here? Are we gambling with people's lives? To me, All In means it's personal. Originally, I had planned to ask for 2 more buses to alleviate the 3 to 5 hour wait time at music contests, but recent developments, folks, have changed that. In 1997, I was hired by SISD to teach elementary music at Myrtle Cooper. I soon learned that Mrs. Cooper was my grandmother's 5th grade teacher. This would have been in the 1920s, approximately 100 years ago. And that in addition to reading and arithmetic, as Grandma Inga called it, Mrs. Cooper taught her to love art. My grandmother truly enjoyed singing and drawing, in part to Mrs. Cooper's dedication. Since then, I have dedicated my life to leading children in song. Through my 7 years at Myrtle Cooper and 20 at Enzer Middle School, I've come to learn quite a few things. These things I know to be true, all the way down to my bone marrow. I know that students feel their best selves when they are creative. Parents here in the room know that kids, especially our tiniest kids, do these things when they are happy. They sing and draw and dance and play instruments. Ladies and gentlemen, cutting the fine arts would be a huge mistake. It would be akin to taking joy out of the curriculum. Neuroscience has proven that young children's development is not guided by the cognitive areas of the brain, but the emotive ones. Music, art, song, dance are crucial to a child's development. I have given the best, most productive years of my life to the children of SISD, and I know that a happy child is a healthy child, physically and emotionally. A happy child has excellent attendance. A happy child is able to concentrate and focus. A happy child has the self-management skills to be well-behaved, more productive, and have higher academic achievement. I strongly encourage you to reconsider cutting the elementary fine arts programs, or any fine arts programs for that matter. Fine arts teachers are all in. This is how we operate. I always find it humbling to experience and witness the trust that young people place in us to do the right thing
Soto,
and keep their best interests.
I'm sorry,
interests in
we
mind.
have a massive
sir.
amount of speakers. I do need to stop you at 3 minutes.
Of course.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Michael Mapp.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Michael Mapp, the Director of Bands at New Mexico State University in Las Cruces, New Mexico, where I also serve as the Director of the Mesilla Valley Concert Band and the Las Cruces Youth Orchestra. I've been an educator for over 20 years, teaching at the collegiate, high school, middle school, and elementary school levels throughout my career. And I've had the privilege of many students from SISD Fine Arts pass through my program and graduate from college. From a quick visit online to the SISD webpage, I noticed that it was listed that the mission of the Socorro Independent School District is to optimize each student's academic, artistic, athletic, career, and interpersonal opportunities. It seems that the decision to cut the fine arts programs at the elementary level is a clear affront to such a mission. I'm sure that many of you have heard the statistics. We just heard a few, but as a refresher to that, since attendance issues were cited as part of the rationale for such cuts, it should be noted that schools with quality music education programs tend to have upwards of 80% higher attendance rates. And so if you cut those, I think your attendance issues are going to get worse than just a 2% loss. Additionally, regardless of socioeconomic status or school district, it was found that elementary grade students who participated in high-quality, well-qualified music programs score higher on tests. I think we all know that. And so test scores may decline, which would lead to lesser funding as well. Under ESSA, it needs to have a school-wide plan that normally must include the feedback of teachers from schools, but it appears that, at least from my understanding, that the fine arts teachers weren't necessarily included in the discussion about the elementary fine arts redesign, and so that may impact your Title I funding from Part A of ESSA. And then I would also ask that if this decision not be taken lightly, and I know that you're not taking it lightly, but it seems like a unilateral cut might be your only option. Well, then I'd like you to consider some things, which I'm sure you are. Given that there are somewhere around 110 administrators in this district making over $100,000 per year, has there been any thought in making sizable cuts to that? And that there's over 133 or 100 counselors making $93,000. Has there been any consideration of that? I'm not advocating that anyone lose their job. However, I would like to suggest that perhaps instead of unilaterally eliminating an entire sector of your faculty staff, that perhaps a reduction of salaries across the board or some other way could generate funds that could at least retain some fine arts educators. In closing, it is no secret that much of these issues have to do with problems that the district faced due to poor management, criminal action, the previous superintendents and things. As an educator myself, it's imperative that I tell my students that I will never ask them to do something that I myself would not be willing to do. And so for those of you making these decisions, would you be willing to give up your job to save the district money? Would you be willing to give up part of your income to allow thousands of students access to quality, well-rounded education? And I think your answers to those questions speak volumes to your character and resolve and how much you actually care about SISD. Thank you.
Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, while I certainly appreciate and understand the applause, please let me remind you, these people have 3 minutes to speak, and every time the applause gets so loud, we can't hear, they stop, which means you're cutting into their 3 minutes. So just keep that in mind. Our next speaker is Rosie Perez, please.
Good evening. My name is Rosie Perez, and I proudly represent the members of West Texas Alliance. I stand before you today to speak on behalf of the educators and children of this district, to highlight the dire consequences of the proposed cuts to teaching positions. These cuts are not just budgetary decisions, they are decisions that directly impact the future of our students, the integrity of our schools, and the long-term well-being of our community. Let us be clear. These cuts are a direct result of irresponsible choices made by those in charge of our district's financial decisions. When those entrusted with managing our district misstep, whether through poor planning, mismanagement, or misplaced priorities, our students are the ones who suffer. Cutting teaching positions may save money in the short term, but at what cost to the children we are supposed to be nurturing and educating? Each of these teachers is not just a staff member. They are mentors, guides, and lifelines for the young people in our care. When we eliminate these positions, we are not just removing a person from payroll, we are removing critical support from our classrooms. Teachers are the foundation upon which our students build their futures. Fewer teachers mean larger classes, less individualized attention, and ultimately a decrease in the quality of education our students deserve. And let us not forget that parents and community members also have a role to play. It is essential for every parent in our district to fully understand the impact of public school funding and how these decisions affect the education their children receive. We must be aware of how our choices, whether in the voting booth or in our approach to community engagement, affect not only the budget, but the quality of instruction in our schools. The responsibility is not just with the school board or the district leadership, but with all of us. The responsibility is not just, if we want the best for our children, we must hold ourselves accountable for ensuring that the funding flows to where it is needed the most, the classrooms. As we continue to navigate the challenges facing our district, it is important for all of us to better understand how public education funding works in Texas and how our schools are supported by taxes collected in our communities. One key factor that directly impacts funding is student attendance. The state requires that schools receive funding based on the number of students who are present and actively participating in their education. Simply put, every time a student is absent for illness or vacations, the district loses a portion of funding for that day. This is an issue over which the district has little control, but it has significant impact on our financial resources and ability to provide services to students. I am proud to stand with our organization, which has always fought tirelessly to support the educators who give everything to their students every single day. Our teachers are not merely employees, they are professionals dedicated to creating a bright future for every child in our district. West Texas Alliance will continue to stand firm in advocating for their rights and for the future of our students. In closing, I urge the members of this board to consider the far-reaching consequences of these cuts. I implore you to reconsider the cuts and to prioritize the future of our children over short-term savings. The foundation of a strong district is built on solid commitment to our students and educators, and we cannot afford to compromise our foundation. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jeanette Escontrias.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, President, Mr. Nájera, and members of the board. I'm Jeanette Escontrias, a diagnostician with the district. I'm up here this evening because I needed to share what I felt was an exciting break last week. You see, I have a student at the high school who is identified as being nonverbal. Short story long, we were having a meeting for my student, and as per usual, the general education teacher provided an update on how the student participates in class, which happens to be choir. The choir teacher shared that when the student initially began attending the class, there wasn't any kind of participation, nor would the student communicate with the teacher. Little by little, with prompting and inclusion support, the student began to resonate with the flow, the lyrics, the rhythm, beats, and tone of the music. As of last week, the student was fully singing and participating in the choir, even in some cases, out singing the non-disabled students. The choir teacher went on to share that the nonverbal student indeed uses some words now to communicate with her. As you can imagine, the parent was elated. This was a huge win for us. It's like winning the Super Bowl. This Wednesday was fabulous, and then Friday rolled around. My heart broke to think that those opportunities are now in jeopardy. I fully grasp the enormity of the deficit we face and can even map out how we began to go down that hole. I can't help but wonder if there is even a plan for the fine arts program that all of the students so desperately need. I have story after story of students finding themselves in fine arts programs and then succeeding. That success spills over into the academics. They find themselves, they begin to participate. They are now fully included. And this goes out to all of the teachers. They are the people working in the trenches and doing this for our students, pouring their hearts into those kiddos. Our plan needs to focus on saving the education that takes place in the school building. That includes fine arts. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker, Christopher Bunton.
Dear Socorro, what are we doing here? Seriously, what has brought us to this moment? A moment where the problems are so big that the only apparent answer our leadership can come up with is the non-renewal of 300 teaching contracts. This level of failure does not happen overnight. This level of failure is so high that the news of these intended layoffs has already garnered attention statewide. This level of failure is the result of two key components. First, the buck must stop at the top. Nate Carmen has come and gone, but who still works for this district and has been working for this district, particularly in high-paying positions of oversight that drove us this far into the ground? Who said yes to all of Nate Carmen's demands when they should have said no? Who said yes to all the expensive conversions of schools into academies? Who said yes to building the SAC 2? Who was possibly getting paid $150,000 a year or more to create this mess? As I see it, if the district loses 3 people who make $150K per year, we could save 10 teaching positions. So are there high-ranking Socorro officials that are willing to fall on the same sword they now wield and intend to use to make these cuts? Who watches the watchmen? The public wants to know. If you are indeed in a position where you must eliminate teaching positions by the literal hundreds, you should be willing to oust the individuals who caused this calamity as well. Please understand that my sincerest hope is for a complete shift away from this last resort solution of layoffs. I would prefer a world where the already overworked staff of your campuses get to cling to what little they have and not be forced to work with even less. I hope nobody has to be laid off, but if they must, then let the district take true accountability for itself and spread those losses across the board, which must include hard-hitting decisions that would impact the DSC and not just the campuses that actually serve the community directly every single day. On that note, it must be mentioned that the second big reason we are here is due to the state of Texas's terribly pathetic school funding policies. California, New York, and Texas are consistently the most profitable states in the country. California and New York proportionately have the highest teacher salaries and school funding policies in the nation. Texas, however, even as one of the richest states in the nation, ranks near the middle in terms of teacher pay and school funding. On this topic, I beseech the board members to become policy champions. Please do all that you can to support items like Senate Bill 26, Senate Bill 1, and House Bill 1. Senate Bill 26 is sitting on $5 billion worth of educational funding. Dear parents, teachers, and members of the community, this is something you can all do. Find out if your elected representatives are supporting the improvement of education across Texas. If you have no idea where to begin with this action, search online for Raise Your Hand Texas and get connected. Once again, search online for Raise Your Hand Texas to get informed and help secure the future of Texas schools. With my final remarks, allow me to make a proposal. If Socorro ISD must lay off 300 teachers, give them an extra $2,000 on the way out the door. The district stands to save over $15 million with these layoffs in 1 year. Giving an extra $2,000 to each teacher upon their final dismissal is quite literally the least you could do. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Tommy Hill.
Okay, I got to go after that one. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, we're making cuts. But you know what we're doing? We're also spending money. Why are we spending money for a new superintendent that we do not have? I see an interim superintendent. We do not need to do this right now. There is no reason that we need to start having meetings for a superintendent if we cannot pay our bills. There is no reason. Even our health insurance, it's skyrocketed. We're still trying to pay those bills, but then we're firing them. We're firing them. Are we firing the people right on top, 100,000 or more? No, we're not doing it. We're going to the bottom. So you gotta cut so many people. But if you just do the 6 figures, you don't gotta do that much. We got people just sitting back in desks and just giving orders. But you can save 10 jobs down on the bottom. But we're gonna cut those 10 jobs and not cut the 6-figure jobs. And the problem is, how are we any better than what the government is? Isn't that what the government's doing to us? The government is cutting from the top, killing the poor, but when we gotta make those same decisions, aren't we doing the same thing? We're doing the exact same thing. So we need to look each other in the eye and see, are we any different? Will we take that cut? Are we gonna fire the people making the least, people doing the most for the kids? We need to look at ourselves, Strickland and I, before we start laying people off, because they're doing a good job and they're doing the best for the kids in this district. Yeah, I'm a little emotional, but this news is not right. And then we're looking for a superintendent to spend more money. That's not right. That is just not right. So there is also 2 of our routes are being cut from Carrasco. I'm one of the drivers. When we do this, we give good service. And if you give good service, they're gonna want you back. By giving good customer service, that's how we win back our kids. Not doing what we're doing today. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ethan Nguyen.
Those are hard speeches to follow, but good evening, Mr. Superintendent, the members of the SISD Board of Trustees, my peers, parents, and teachers standing in solidarity with me. I'm a student at Eastlake High School, recently transferred from the Canutillo Independent School District. And I came to Socorro expecting excellence and opportunity, but what I found was recklessness and neglect from the previous administration of board members. My peers and teachers, some are sad, some are disappointed, but the majority of us, a big chunk of us, including myself, are absolutely furious as to what this board has come to. I understand that you've inherited harsh responsibilities from your predecessors, but how can we stand by and watch their decisions impact our learning community negatively? Previously, $10 million was cut in transportation, fine arts by $882,000, numbers I'm sure you already know. Yet, despite the $22 million deficit, the board continues allocating millions for administration, while every other fund fluctuates from year to year, and the debt service sits at $59 million. Where is this money going? Because it's sure as hell not going to us students or the teachers. Let's compare. Prosper ISD, a similar district to us, has a $362 million budget, added 3,500 students, and actually hired 450 new staff. But their budget is balanced. Meanwhile, SISD with a $479 million budget is bleeding out. Other districts like Isleta and EPSD are attracting students because they invest in their students. Board members, engagement equals enrollment, and enrollment equals money. How can we expect engagement or enrollment when we're taking away the engagement through fine arts? This crisis is manufactured. The problem isn't funding, it's misallocation of fees, and solutions exist. Trimming upper level salaries, reevaluating vendor contracts, utilizing school facilities for revenue, boosting enrollment, and securing grants. These strategies could generate $15 to $30 million annually. Me, along with my peers and professors at UTSA, SDSU, UTEP, are preparing an academic journal showing SISD's financial mismanagement and how much better we can do without cutting 305 teachers. Parents, this is your fight too. Families are fleeing to other areas, school districts, and charter schools because those districts know how to invest in their learning. The SISD is running itself into the ground with reckless spending and misplaced priorities. Your backs are against the walls, yes, board members, but can you really, in good conscience, make these irreparable cuts at the cost of students and people's livelihoods? Please step up to the plate and don't take away, but work with what we have. As you presented in every single board meeting this year on your PowerPoints, your priority are to grow and support students with opportunities and recruit all staff to ensure satisfaction and retention. We would like to see those priorities and promises met as a student, as teachers, as parents, and as community members. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Latrell Archer.
So this isn't as much as my vibe. I don't like to speak in front of people. I don't know how I'm a teacher sometimes, but I'm just gonna do it. So I feel really heavy, and I'm sure that you guys do too, but I don't feel like I'm being dramatic when I'm saying like some of the choices you're making could lead to people potentially being even homeless. You don't know people's situations. When we started getting paid this year, I started making like $400 less than last year because of insurance. I had to start doing Uber Eats. I'm exhausted, okay? And I know fine arts teachers that are married to each other. What if something happens to both of them? You don't know, like you're impacting so much. And then I heard from my office ladies who are also awesome that you're thinking about downsizing the office staff too. So we have, let's say, the attendance clerk, we have the grade person, and then we have the registrar. So right now we have 2 ladies doing that. We already have 2 ladies that are doing 3 jobs. So you're about to take down like 1 person and make 1 person do 3 jobs. That's also ridiculous, and that'll also affect everyone. People aren't gonna wanna be at work. They're not gonna wanna be there if their mental health is struggling because of the choices that you guys made. And I know like, it's kind of like, you know, your backs, like you're saying, they're against the wall and things like that. And I'm kind of even scared, like, yeah, what if you save that money, but the next year you mismanage it again? Like, you know, I don't know. Like, you know, and then and it is totally a huge government issue as well. I wish I had more time to write, but I was probably doing a training that I don't get time for during the day. So I'm just saying, I really was. I was doing the ELPS training, thanks to EA. So, anyways, I really lost my train of thought. But we need to really look at our government, because even when Abbott, he's going around talking to all these private schools for vouchers, he's only talking to one type of community, the Christian private schools. That leaves out a huge demographic. So like, while we're over here struggling, tired, not being able to fight for ourselves, why don't you guys fight for us there at the state level? We need that, you know? Because he's not going around to public schools and checking how they're doing. He's going around to like white privileged Christian schools and he's checking out how they're doing, and that's not okay. He's trying to use our public dollars for like private entities. How is that okay? How is that cool? It's not gonna benefit our students. Honestly, Greg Abbott, like, you need to get your life together. It's not gonna benefit our students. It's not gonna benefit our community. And even when you guys did hire Nate Carmen, how dare you hire someone that doesn't even speak Spanish? I speak Spanish. Like, come on. How is that person gonna help within your community? Like, that should have been your first, like, hey, he doesn't even know us. That's ridiculous. I hope, like, I'm really thinking about my fine arts people. I find it's crazy. Someone's like, oh, I've worked here 25 years. Bye. Anyways, do better.
Our next speaker, Ryan Woodcraft.
Good evening, Mr. Vasquez, members of the board. My name is Ryan Woodcraft, and while I'm involved in our community in a variety of capacities, I'm here today as a concerned parent of 2 SISD students. I want to start by commending our teachers in the district. As we'll see momentarily, our academic achievement based on standardized test scores is pretty high. We've made significant progress on safety and security concerns and we're about ready to adopt a program that helps keep our children out of the criminal justice system and reduces the likelihood of them becoming repeat offenders. While I have a list of concerns that they will all discuss for me, for the sake of brevity, I'll consolidate them to this topic: community responsiveness and leadership presence. I attended 2 events in recent weeks where not a single representative from this body was present, to include the trustee of the district being represented. One event was the hazardous routes transportation update at the Crosco Elementary, where community members were very concerned about the safety of the surrounding area due to a lack of traffic control measures. Those concerns should have and could have been easily addressed, but were left unanswered, resulting in upset and frustrated parents. The next event was a public recognition ceremony for the Pebble Hills High School Marching Spartan Band and their amazing performance in the Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, California. A congressional declaration was read by a member of Congresswoman Veronica Escobar's office. El Paso County Commissioner Jackie Butler and City Representative Ivan Nino both personally read proclamations and recognized students individually for their achievements. But again, not a single representative from this body was present. When the rubber meets the road, taxpayers expect that our public schools will provide a safe and secure environment that provides quality education of core academics. I have attended numerous of these school board meetings where educators have requested adjustments to the school calendar due to them being overdeveloped, understaffed, and underprepared. Meetings where educators discussed how unforecasted changes to their workloads, salaries, and benefits cause negative impacts to their families and their financial security. Some of those concerns will grow today based on items in your consent agenda. Our children and their teachers are the foundation and the baseline of everything this body is supposed to support, but we're missing the mark. Because of decisions made by this board and the ones prior to it, we already cannot afford to provide for our basic responsibilities. These items in the consent agenda tonight, there are 2 items in the consent agenda tonight where those funds could be used to save jobs of at least 2 teachers and prevent the overcrowding of numerous classrooms. The consent agenda. We're not even going to talk about it. Now the district will begin a series of community listening meetings where trustees and district staff members will meet in high schools across the district and listen to community members who participate. Ladies and gentlemen, limiting our speaking time here doesn't enable you to listen to our community members and the employees who show up to your monthly board meetings. I'm very concerned that having separate listening meetings are really more for show and not for content. But I will see you there regardless. Community responsiveness and leadership presence. Our students, our parents, our teachers, and our taxpayers deserve better. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Oduma Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Oduma Lewis, and I'm a driver for the district. Well, the previous speakers are to be commended for their great speeches. I'm not a speaker, and I just have one question for the insurance. I need to know the reason why we cannot make changes all year round. Because when I got the family plan, it was for my wife because she wasn't working at the time. But now that she's working, she asked me to remove her from the insurance. But when I tried, I was told that I could not. And I think that's something that needs to be changed. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, it's my understanding that a spouse becoming employed and being offered coverage is considered a life-changing event. Can we get with HR and follow up with Mr. Lewis, please?
We can look at it. I have his information here. I'll go ahead and we'll reach out to him.
Our next speaker, Deborah Herbert, please.
Good evening, Board President Michael Nahara, board members, and Interim Superintendent Jim Vasquez. This letter was sent to us by Jen Ash, a proud graduate of Socorro High School, when she heard about the cuts in fine art funding in Socorro ISD. I was a proud student of SISD my entire educational journey as a child, along with a mother who proudly taught in the district as well. I was always looking for creative outlets, but was constantly held back by the anxiety of being perfect in school as the smart nerd who was lucky when things came naturally. Arts education was my place to allow for people around me, teaching me to relax and give into creativity. It was my place to be free, to be fun, to not be scared for wanting to be different, and not cripple under the anxieties of what would happen if I wasn't smart or failed at something. It's what allowed me to unwind healthily as an outlet for other things, an energy I was purposely suppressing and holding back while trying to fit the shape other people wanted so desperately. It was through art I realized I could still funnel all the things I was into something that facilitated collaboration. It allowed me to learn how to problem solve creatively at every strange turn or obstacle life threw at me, because not only could I think outside the box, but I could unplug and be okay to wind down in a safe and healthy way. I'm proud of my journey that led me to my career in the arts, but not on stage. I run them. I am a proud union-holding theatrical stage manager who has a career spanning 7 Broadway shows, 6 national tours, including having played El Paso, 12 off-Broadway productions, including New York City's hottest new work that became an international viral hit, 1 feature film, 2 operas, 6 dance companies, countless events, concerts, industrials, and an artist's certificate from the Juilliard School. I have worked with A-list celebrities, rock legends, EGOT winners, composers, diplomats, and politicians, including 1 former president of the United States. Every single part of this life is because of every single arts educator I've had in SISD from 3rd grade on. My life is about creating the art that everyone gets to consume. Every time you listen to a piece of music, watch a TV show, movie, play, or concert, I either have or have known someone who has been touched in some capacity. If you take that away, you take away people like me who create things that are also a part of your life in so many capacities. If you take that away, you take away the hope from a kid like me who is expected to not go into art at all, who financially wouldn't know other options or choices. A kid who would have turned into a miserable adult, not knowing how they, as a human, contribute to their life, their world, or even families outside of just checking the boxes.
Our next speaker, Ms. Angelica Soto.
President Nájera, I will be taking 2 minutes on this item and then the rest on the agenda item. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Michael Nájera, board members, and Interim Superintendent Jim Vasquez. I will pick up where Deborah left off on Jen's letter. Deborah's always says a lot. My life is full. My life is full because of the music teacher I had in 3rd grade teaching us how to play a recorder and how music changes how we feel. Because of the art teacher in middle school who showed us the importance of paintings in history and why they evoke poignant moments. The theater teacher in high school who said that I was a collaborative facilitator that can help everyone be captivated in the room together by live theater to share collected storytelling, all of which led to me having the career and life I have today in the arts, proudly backstage bolstering it. Because of every single one of those fine arts educators in my life with SISD from elementary school through grade school and into high school, Another SISD fine arts advocate, Clarissa M. Smith, summed up the feelings of other former students when she said, "So, SISD, fight hard for your funding for the arts. Go see the show, support ideas, and mentor with integrity and with an honest heart. And know these dollars go a long way. It's not a marathon, it's a legacy. Forever grateful."
Our next speaker, Julia Vera, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Julia Vera, and I am here to speak on behalf of my brother, David, who attends at Eastlake High School. David, like other SISD students, especially SPED students, has faced numerous abrupt changes. My brother David is a bright and resilient student, yet he faces unique challenges. Abrupt changes in the school environment, whether it's a sudden change in staff, schedule changes, or even classroom settings, can create significant difficulties for special education students. The abrupt changes of substitutes and classroom settings has increased in David's anxiety and stress. Planning ahead, consistency and good communication helps my brother feel secure and focused. Unexpected changes occur, it disrupts his routine and leads into confusion and frustration. It is not just a matter of inconvenience, it affects his ability to learn and thrive. The impact of these changes extend beyond just the classroom. My brother's self-esteem and confidence are affected. Change is sometimes inevitable. However, with better communication and planning, we can reduce negative effects. Dear board members, consider the unique needs of the SPED students. Do not lay off our teachers. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Diana Serrano.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Diana Serrano. My son, David, is a freshman at Eastlake High School. I am here to discuss the impact that having substitute teachers and laying off our teachers has on my son and on other students. My son is autistic and has ADHD. My son is a wonderful and intelligent child who thrives in a structured environment. Our SPED teacher understands his unique needs and has helped my son create a consistent routine. However, we have lost some of the mainstream teachers without advance notice. And when a substitute teacher steps in, his routine is often disrupted, which has led to significant consequences for him and other students with similar disabilities. Substitute teachers are not always familiarized with the individualized strategies to help my son and students in special education stay calm and focused. These changes have led to increased anxiety, confusion for him and other students, and also for me as a parent. My son's ability to form trusting relationships with his teachers is crucial to his educational success. When he is confronted with new unfamiliar faces, it takes time for him to feel comfortable and secure. During this difficult climate our district is facing, his learning and engagement have been significantly impacted. Laying off our teachers further compounds the challenges faced by students with disabilities. If our teachers are laid off, it disrupts his ability and the ability of other special education students to focus. Increased student-to-teacher ratio will increase anxiety in our children, especially my son, and will make it harder for the remaining teachers to provide individualized attention to the children. Layoffs will result in a shortage of qualified staffing to work with our children. Layoffs will increase and create more instability within our district. The stress is currently affecting my son emotionally, and it's affecting the ability for him to focus on his education. Consider the unique needs our students need and have. Cut salaries from the top, from the highest paid employees. We need to save our teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker, David Serrano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vasquez and members of the board. My name is David Serrano, and I'm a 9th grader at Eastlake High School. I'm here to speak on behalf of my teachers and students. First, I want to request you do not fire my teachers. My teachers are important in my life, and I'm tired of having different substitutes. There are kids with disabilities who can't speak the way I do, and no one will learn anything from a substitute who's not qualified to teach the position that they're subbing for. I'm autistic, and sudden changes are challenging for me. My brain needs time to process. A change that will be small for someone is huge for me. It could ruin my entire day. My teachers are good teachers and we need to protect them. They should not have to suffer because most people at the very top are not smart and they are very greedy. Second, the district needs to teach social skills and manners to all students and in-school employees. It is important for everyone to be respectful. This needs to change. One of my teachers was crying at a parent-teacher conference because all of her students were disrespectful and I was one of the only ones who was respectful. Lastly, and most important, I request you do not cut funding from Fine Arts Orchestra. It's important to me and other kids. Orchestra helps me manage my ADHD. School is supposed to prepare kids for college. If they are not prepared with extracurricular activities, they're gonna struggle in college. I am grateful for my orchestra teachers. I will always speak up for the kids with disabilities and teachers who are either too scared or cannot speak. I will never give up. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Edna Valdez.
Good evening, Superintendent Vasquez, board members, and community. The announcement of SISD cutting 300 positions is a wake-up call that demands our immediate attention. It's shocking and deeply troubling. This isn't just an unfortunate circumstance. It stems from a series of decisions made by those in power and by our community's failure to act. We can point fingers at Governor Abbott, President Trump, and any other anti-public politician in the spotlight. They bear some responsibility without a doubt. But let's confront the uncomfortable truth. We, the taxpayers of this county and district, sharing the blame. Why? Because we haven't shown up. When school board elections come around, how many of us make it a priority to vote? How many of us take the time to research candidates, ask difficult questions, and hold them accountable before we entrust them with our children's educational future? Instead, too often we slip by default and then express shock when their priorities shift toward their personal comfort as at the expense of our children's education. Consider this for a moment. Why is any superintendent in our district earning more than the President of the United States? Why is the HR director raking in over $180,000 annually while a U.S. senator earns just $174,000? Who allows this to happen? The school board, the very people we chose to elect. A school district's scope and responsibility are not remotely comparable to those of the president or of a senator. And yet we allow our leaders to collect paychecks that dwarf those of public servants in the highest offices of government. Let's be clear. These are public servants, not CEOs or corporate executives. Public servants are funded by our hard-earned money. And now these same individuals want to cut custodians, teachers, and vital staff who keep our schools running efficiently. Here's an idea. Instead of targeting the dedicated workers who serve our children, why don't you start at the top? It's time to take a hard look at the inflated salaries of central office administrators. There is no reason the acting superintendent can thrive on $92,000 a year, because that's still more than what our teachers earn. Teachers arrive early, stay late, often spend their own money on supplies, and dedicate their lives to their students. Do those administrators reciprocate with even a fraction of their salaries to support students? Do they contribute their own resources to enhance the district? Absolutely not. They remain in the comfortable offices, drive luxury cars, and enjoy perks, all funded by us, our children's futures. And now they want to lay off the very people who make their jobs happen. It is the very individuals who keep this district functioning. It's time for the community to rise up. Parents and taxpayers must demand that these salaries mirror what they truly are, public servant wages.
Our next speaker, Josue Banda.
Good evening, members of the board. I stand before you today to emphasize the critical importance of keeping financial literacy a requirement in our high schools. In a world where financial decisions shape nearly every aspect of our lives, we have a responsibility to equip our students with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed. Without financial literacy, students graduate unprepared for real-world financial responsibilities. Many enter adulthood without understanding how to budget, manage credit, or avoid debt. The consequences, a lifetime of financial struggles, poor credit scores, and even bankruptcy. According to studies, 78% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and lack of financial education is a major contributing factor. According to former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan, the #1 problem in today's generation and economy is a lack of financial literacy. By keeping financial literacy in our curriculum, we empower students with practical skills, how to save, invest, and make informed financial choices. They learn about taxes, loans, interest rates, and retirement planning, giving them the foundation to achieve financial independence. These lessons not only benefit individuals, but also strengthen our economy, reducing reliance on social programs and decreasing financial instability. Removing this requirement would be catastrophic for our students. Our district does not send them into the world without math or reading skills. Why would we send them without the knowledge to manage their own money? Financial literacy isn't just an academic subject. It's a life skill and one that every student deserves to learn. We can make the necessary budget cuts to keep our district afloat and still require our students to graduate with 1 semester of financial literacy. All we have to do is shift the burden of teaching financial literacy from CTE to social studies. Senate Bill 1063 provides this option to our district without any increase in costs. I urge you to keep the financial literacy requirement in place. Our students' futures depend on it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Yolanda Aranda Alanis.
Good evening, school board members. Today I'm coming to you as a concerned parent. My husband and I, when we considered our son's education at the beginning of his early childhood years, we actually considered and actually put him in private school. We had concerns about the schools in our neighborhood, and we were shocked to find out once we got to that private school that there were other families in that same private school who were from our neighborhood who had the same concerns. At that time, and I did let the schools in our neighborhood know at that time, our concerns were that neighborhood had the worst discipline and the worst reading scores. Next couple of years, we were actually impressed. Socorro ISD took steps to remedy those concerns. As my son got older, my husband and I went back to the drawing board, considered pros and cons between public school and private school. And the 2 factors we came back to each time were a variety of fine arts and a variety of sports. It doesn't matter if the private schools and charters do not have it, but they're using it in their advertisement to recruit the students that we are losing because of fine arts being cut, programs being cut, et cetera, et cetera. I ask that you please consider not having fine arts on the chopping block. As you know, we have another district in the city who is fighting the same issue and losing these students to the charters in the neighborhood. I also attend monthly meetings in a neighborhood coalition board, and we have a member from a private school and a charter who monthly let us know their enrollment goes up. And through families in the neighborhood, we find out that the students we're losing them to them. There are other solutions besides cutting fine arts programs. We right now have a Texas House Bill 172. Texas House Bill 172 is a new fine arts allotment in the Texas Public School Finance System that provides additional funding to school districts. If you have more questions about that, you can consult with your fine arts director, Dr. Armando Martinez. Please do not make the same mistake as another district in our Sun City. Having fine arts on the chopping block, if that is a factor that parents are using to determine whether to have their child in private school or public school, please do not make the choice for the parent easier by cutting fine arts programs, et cetera, et cetera. This is something that is affecting you all because of student enrollment bleeding out. Again, do not make the choice easy for the parents. We want to keep our students in public school, not lose them to that cause. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Mr. Alfredo Agüero.
I'm gonna use 3 minutes in this time and do one item. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alfredo Agüero, and I'm a community organizer in the area of special education and founder of Parent Support Group, Empowering Parents in Special Education. First, I want to say that I still having problems to find the application on the Socorro website to find the request for interpreter, but also some other things difficult to find. We are going to have our third special education workshop for parents with children in special education on March 13 in Option High School, 10 to 11:45. On this workshop, parents are learning how to advocate for their own children. Who is better to advocate for their children than their own parents? Thanks, Mr. Vasquez, for the support. Today, I'm here in support of SID teachers and also in support of special ed student David Serrano and for all the SID students like him that are having teacher substitutes on their classes. Like David mentioned to me, he feels that he has regression problems with his classes due to the lack of permanent teachers. Now the parents' concern is now how they are going to solve the problem with the special education students and students in general. If what SISD plans to do is fire teachers. I think that the layoffs should start with employees with high salaries, not teachers. Remember that the district is for the students, but the students need the teachers. They don't need so many administrators. Stop spending money on remodeling schools, football fields. They don't need so much the bureaucracy. Students need teachers. I want to remind you all about the request that the group Parents Empoderando Padres en Educación Especial made before. We want to be included in the conversations that are being held about alternative programs for students with disciplinary problems. We want to remind that Dr. Carmen Olivas Graham, Director of Administrative Service, about this request. Also, we need help and authorization for SISD to create a special education community oversight committee. Talk is cheap. It is the way we organize and use our lives every day that tells what we believe in. Quoted by César Chávez. Hablar es barato. Es la forma en que organizamos y usamos nuestras vidas cada día, lo que dice en qué creemos. Citado por César Chávez. Now, the same way SISD spend the money, now do the same to find it, to keep teachers in place. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Carrie Antwine.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Carrie Antwine, and I'm here today as a concerned parent. It has been said that education at its core is more than just a process of acquiring knowledge. It is an art form that allows individuals to explore their passions, unleash their creativity, and find meaning in their lives. But kids can't do it alone. They need their teachers. They need fine arts education and education in career and technical fields. Terminating teachers and cutting programs that enrich the lives of students should be the absolute last resort, as that would significantly and negatively impact student education. Before cutting essential personnel like teachers and eradicating vital programs such as performing and visual arts and courses that provide occupational training, SISD should look elsewhere. What about selling property that's not used by students, such as the former DSC on Eastlake? Does this district really need another expensive out-of-town superintendent? Does the district really need 30-plus chief officer, associate superintendent, and director positions? Should SISD pay for benchmarking when you already have highly qualified teachers that are more than capable of assessing their students' performance? My point is, you've got other cost-saving measures that you can do. Firing teachers is not going to get you there. If your goal is to reduce costs, then by terminating teachers and demolishing programs within fine arts and CTE, you're going to see that it has the opposite effect. As students are going to leave this district and they're going to go elsewhere where they have a more diverse and desirable educational experience, and they're going to take their state funding with them. Another consequence is that parents and taxpayers are going to look for new leadership at the district level, both administrative and elected. Now, I hope it doesn't come to that, because I think you all know, if you are in education, you understand the vital importance that fine arts and CTE play. I would not be the same person without the guidance and mentorship of my high school choir director. Sorry, my son has a cold and now I have it. Christine Jubera. And my son, who's a freshman this year in high school, he wouldn't be the responsible, mature, talented musician he is without Jesus Diaz, Cindy Cabada, and Daniel Rivera. Without Libertas, a CTE program, you probably wouldn't have America's high school graduates that went to law school, passed the bar, and are now practicing alongside me.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine.
I have one more thing.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
Just one thing.
Ms.
Art is not a
Antoine.
luxury, it's a necessity. John F. Kennedy said that. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Nubia Salas.
Good evening. I'd like to first thank you all for having the respect for these teachers and for our community to give advance notice about the proposed reduction in force, namely the elimination of fine arts positions. Making decisions without community input is, in my opinion, slimy and unethical. So I thank you for making the space to hear parents and educators, because this is true transparency. I have a tremendous loyalty to SISD. I owe everything that I have built for my family to the opportunities that I was afforded when I was a student in this district, most notably the fine arts. I was able to explore music in grades 7th and 8th. I was able to learn art skills in 3rd and 6th grades, and then I later found my calling when I was a high school student in the theater program at Socorro High School. I taught theater myself for 14 years in SISD. I have stepped into another profession outside of education 2 years ago, so I am now speaking to you as a parent who owes everything to the foundation that this district has created for my family. My oldest graduated from Eastlake in 2021. My daughters now attend a middle school in SISD, and I have a 13-month-old that I always hoped would join our family in starting his academic career in SISD. I hoped until now. There is no secret that charter schools are marketing and advertising to increase their enrollment. My neighborhood often finds flyers that paint those school systems in pretty pictures. The ways that they undercut public education gets hidden. The way these school systems use kids to increase their earnings and then dismiss them goes widely unnoticed. The way that they do harm and lasting damage to kids and communities goes hidden. And as much as I am morally opposed to charters and voucher programs, I have first a priority to provide for each of my kids with the best opportunity for them. Studies have, time and time again, this is a fact, that kids who are offered arts curricula do better academically. They perform better in math and language arts. They develop problem-solving skills earlier. They become more independent. They develop critical thinking skills, all skills that are the cornerstone to every academic area. And yes, they do better in standardized tests. There is no doubt that a comprehensive academic experience that includes the arts is and will always be what is best for every student. The minute you choose to cut fine arts programs and eliminate those positions is the minute SISD is no longer the better choice for my kids or for anybody's kids. I am loyal to SISD, but I am more loyal to my family first. And I guarantee you that following through with this proposal
Ms.
will
Salas,
be
I'm
the
sorry, your time is
reason
up.
you lose my kids and my loyalty.
Ms. Salas, your time is up. Our next speaker, Sammy Carejo. Sammy Carejo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an overflow room, and so they're having to ask Mr. Carejo to join us from the overflow room.
Hey, everybody, I only got 3 minutes, so let's hurry up and get this done.
Mr. Carejo, before you get started, you signed up for 2 items, sir?
3 and 2, thank you.
I'm sorry, 3 and 2?
3 minutes and 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can we start now? I'm just asking because you're nodding your head like, I only have 3 minutes, so I have to hurry up. Can I start now?
Mr. Carejo, I just wanted to be sure I understood what you said, if that's
you have
important
to
to
remember, we
you.
only have 5 minutes, so we have to hurry up. Thank you. So anyway, everybody is here today for the same reason. We want to save what jobs? All jobs, all employees. I don't think it's right that 3 of you who have been here for 10, 12 years have a say in how to fix this by firing people. 3 of you, to include Mr. Nájera, Mrs. Nájera, and Paul Guerra, have been here for 10, 12 years. You've either been part of the problem or you have just sat there and watched it. And because of your not having the ability to do it right, we're here. And there's 300 employees who are going to lose their job. 300 families are going to have to see what they're going to do to be able to put food on the table. But it's more than just 300 families. Now you have to count the kids, the students, and everybody else. And how dare you sit here knowing that you have not done your job right and have the nerve to say, we're going to let 300 of you go. Shame on you. The only good thing about this is Ms. Nájera's not running again. Thank you for not running. She saw the writing on the table, but guess what? You're not free of liability. Paul Guerra, on the other hand, decided to say, hey, I'm running again. Awesome. Oh, congratulations. Cancer sucks. Anytime anybody beats it, it's awesome. Round of applause, please. Round of applause. The problem is he said it was terminal. I was told not to talk about it because he had terminal cancer, but he beat it. I do a lot of work with people with special needs. Ask Mr. Agüero. And just like with special needs, you put the person first, then there's the disability. So Mr. Guerra, everybody remember, he is up for re-election. And if he votes for you to lose your job, remember that during the election. Another thing, let's remember, last year we had an Oprah Winfrey situation. You get a raise, you get a raise, you get a raise, ha 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 ha. Was that good? No, it was non-sustainable. And because of your improper spending of taxpayer money, 300 families are not going to lose their job, Mr. Guerra. How dare you? How do you sleep at night, Mr. Nájera, Ms. Nájera, knowing that because you don't know how to do your job, you are going to fire 300 people? It shouldn't happen. It should never happen. We're worried about balancing the budget, but we're not worried about our children. We're not worried about saving any of these special projects. We did all those STEM classes and everything, money down the drain. None of them were really implemented. It was just a facade. How much money was wasted? Now let's talk about assets. No, not you guys. Assets, as in buildings and properties. Have we sold off all our assets that are not necessary? Absolutely not. Save our kids,
Your time's
save
up,
our
Mr.
children.
Carejo.
Get rid of the school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carejo. Our next speaker, Kimberly Cueto. Kimberly Cueto. Following Kimberly Cueto, just in case they're in the overflow room, will be Cheryl Tomzak and Sofia Aguilera. So Kimberly Cueto. Is she outside? Okay, again, we'll have Kimberly Cueto, Cheryl Tomzak, and Sofia Aguilera. Hold on. Kimberly Cueto? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Kimberly Cueto's first.
Good afternoon. This is my daughter. She's going to be speaking. She's a student at Socorro High School. My name is Karina Cueto. I am a sophomore at Socorro High School, and I just wanted to ask, why are we cutting the fine arts, the music? Fine arts has been a major part of my education. It's brought me up, and it's taken me to be what I hope to be a good student. And the teachers, they're not just teachers, they're our family. The teachers in our school give us all their time. They give us all their effort. They spend more time with us than, I'd say sometimes even our family. They spend time after school, before school, to help us, to build us up as people. We should be celebrating our teachers, not firing them. They work hard. They've become the parents that some students do not have. They care about us as if we were their children, and now we are. I just wanted to let you know that in the schools, there are students everywhere participating in things they love to do, whether it be theater, sports, music, mariachi, for an example. Those children spend most of their time in that classroom with other students doing what they love. And that in turn comes out in their academics. I can tell you that most of the top 10 in Socorro High School are participating in fine arts, whether that be sports or musical fine arts or theater. Those students are doing what they love, and in turn that is coming out in their grades. But I just want to ask, is this our fault? Because this decision that is being made by the higher-ups are going to be affecting us as well. We are losing our families. We are losing the fathers, the mothers in the classrooms. Please, I wanted you to consider the fact that these teachers are always going to be more than just teachers to the students. And I just want you to know, if you ever come to any of the high schools, you'll see just how much these teachers have an impact on us. They've helped us grow as people. They've given children the opportunities that not many other people will give us. Not many others will give us. One last question I wanted to ask you. Are we just seen as numbers now? Isn't the point of your job to be helping us, to be giving us more opportunities, to be supporting us so that we may become great adults,
Ms.
so that we can
Cueto.
go to college and that we can get good jobs doing
Ms.
the things we
Cueto,
love.
I'm sorry. Your time is up.
But thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Tomzak.
Good evening. SISD for years has been one of the top models of local school districts, how they should fund fine arts programs, supporting the arts, and schools within fine arts programs. They help academic achievement, better test scores, and better attendance. I've been a proud employee, and I'm now retired after 33 years of this district. I was a former teacher of the year as well, and I am proud. I'm proud. But these fine arts teachers here, these are some of the highest trained and hardest working teachers we have. These SISD students started being creatives in elementary and music and art and continued in middle school and high school, but they also showed grit, dedication, loyalty, belonging, and discipline. The Fine Arts Department is an alternate universe where pupils are often recognizable from who they are outside of it. The shy become confident, the educated become calm, the lonely become included, the quiet become heard, and the lost become found. Music and art reveals the real child. As a former teacher and a former band director and administrator here, I wouldn't have been able to perform at Carnegie Hall or Kennedy Center or for 7 presidents if it hadn't been for my teacher at Logan Elementary School, Christine Sanders. And of course, also the theater and band directors and orchestra directors that have influenced me as well. I decided that the fine arts description for these teachers here, they're brain architects specializing in cognitive development, creativity, and lifelong learning. And here's my love letter to them. I want you to know how much you mean. Please remember, you're the heartbeat of creativity, the spark that lights up classrooms, and the champions and the transformation power of music. Your dedication inspires students to find their voices, their rhythm, and their confidence. Every note you teach, every melody you share, and every brushstroke of every paintbrush you have. You spend nurturing a love of music and art that leaves an imprint on hearts and minds that lasts a lifetime. Thank you all for being the unsung heroes of education. You don't teach just music and art, you change lives. I know you, and I know you. But because I know you, and because I know these fine arts teachers, I have been changed for good. Thank you.
Up next is Sofia Aguilera. Following Sofia will be Axel Alcala and Isabella Rayas. Axel Alcala and Isabella Rayas. Sofia Aguilera?
Yes, sir. All right. Good evening to Mr. President Vasquez and the board members that are here present today. My condolences for the interruption that happened earlier. Minor inconvenience. Okay, so without any further interruption, let's get started. Seize your opportunity is one of the main quotes from your school board, which can be found on the link www.sisd.net. That is the idea that is fed to children of this school district. Not only me speaking as a 12th grader from Eastlake High School, but towards other children, even going further to the elementary level. And I am here standing before you to speak and vouch for you to not cut the fine arts program. The fine arts program isn't just a program. It isn't just a cash grab that you guys partake in order for money to be raised, which it isn't even looking so good right now. Let's be forward with that. Let's be straightforward. So this program doesn't only offer opportunities, but it offers for education. Most students here in the fine arts program, not only my fellow peers of Eastlake High School, which my heart goes out to them, but towards any individual in the participating schools who take these programs. They take these programs because they want education. And even then, these educations, such as band, they offer scholarships in order for them to have a future education, in order for them to have a better chance in getting to prestigious colleges that they want to. And even then, you guys don't see us as individuals, but you guys, the district itself, just sees money. And due to the district's poor financial decisions, I'm gonna ask you one question. How is this going to be better for students? Because I can assure you that it won't. It will only decrease levels of education. It will only decrease your enrollments that you guys are so adamant about. And it will just continue dwindling because the students do not get the opportunities that they seek for. When I transferred in my freshman year to Eastlake High School from Clint ISD, my primary reason here to transfer was because there was more opportunities handed to me. And I took art. And right now, even standing before you, I am currently taking debate because that is a program that is helping me for my future career. And these students should have that career handed to them. So don't only do it for the student body, but for their dreams. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Alcala.
It's Axel Alcala. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Axel Alcala.
It's a pet peeve, don't worry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Axel Alcala. I am a student from the Socorro Independent School District, and I would like to thank everyone for their time. I stand before you to express my concerns about the potential cuts to our fine arts programs. These programs are not just extracurricular activities. They are these programs, sorry, these programs are not just extracurricular activities, they are important to our education and personal development. These programs, fine arts is not only important, but it is intrinsic in our development. It gives us an outlet of creativity that nothing else can replicate. I mean, look at me. I'm not cut out for anything physical. I'm a twig. Like, I love music. I love art. I love to dance. I love to play. And now you're taking this away from us. I remember when I was in 5th grade, I was this kid who would go through school every day just doing assignments for a grade, just being a math, science, social studies, and ELAR kid, until the music program showed me something. I thought it was weird for this teacher to show us how to play the recorder in 5th grade. At the time, I wanted to do something else and probably eat dirt during recess because that was the only thing I could do. But she showed me something. She showed me that there is a lot more than the normal 4 classes. There is culture, there is meaning to school, and there's life to it. And from that moment on, I wanted to be part of something that I've been longing for. I have been part of my art program in middle school for all 3 years. I've been part of the band program in my middle school for all 3 years. I've been in choir, Destination Imagination, Folklorico, and even participated in jazz orchestra just in middle school. Fine arts has given us something to look forward to in coming to the school, and now that I'm in high school, I get to build amazing memories from fine arts department, and now you're taking that away from us, from the community, and what? From a budget? Please tell me how without this department, please tell me how they're going to get their mandatory fine arts credit from the state of Texas. While you claim it's going to affect elementary and middle schools, how do we know it won't affect high schools? Tell me how and why you're getting rid of the department that has been part of the curriculum since the beginning of school. Please tell me why we must suffer the consequences of your mistakes. Tell us why you thought it was a good idea to pay people from out of town and pay for their hotels, their trip, their food, and pay them to do something that is your job, to make a curriculum. Please tell me how you, a school district in Texas, are going to represent the state known for having the biggest fine arts programs in the country, and please explain if it was a coincidence to send out an email to teachers about the possibility of getting laid off while in meetings and fine arts conventions. Please explain to me why you decided to share this email while TMEA, the Texas Music Educators Association, one of the biggest gatherings of fine arts in Texas and in the world, was hosted. Most of these educators didn't even know what was happening to the jobs almost 2 days later. And please, for the good of everybody, tell me why fine arts. For the first and hopefully final time, fine arts is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isabella Rayas. Following Isabella Rayas will be Anaí Mercado. So Isabella Rayas, please.
Hello, my name is Isabella Reyes, and I am a former student of Enzer Middle School. I am a member of band, and I do art. I just want to say that band is really special to me because it's how I get to express myself. So if I can't express myself through that, once you take it away, it's gonna take away from a lot of kids, young adults, talents. So I just wanted you to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Anaí Mercado.
I am here as a student of the Fine Arts program, and by you taking away our Fine Arts program, you're not helping benefit our schools. You're hurting us by taking away things that boost many students' confidence and happiness. So instead of buying useless things, maybe be smart with our money and help the schools and teachers. I hope you take this into heart and into consideration and save our teachers by doing better. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last open forum speaker. Everybody else who has signed up to a specific agenda item. When we get to that agenda item, I will call those folks up. Continuing then with our agenda, we have item number 5, public hearing for the 2023-2024 annual report. Ms. McBain.
Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board, and Superintendent Vasquez. I'm Kelly McBain, Director for Research and Evaluation. This presentation is a public hearing of the 2023-2024 Annual Performance Report as required by Chapter 39 of the Texas Education Code. The full report can be accessed by scanning this QR code, or alternatively, it can be accessed from the SISD webpage under the About Us tab. The link for district transparency will take you to the annual report, or you can use the search bar and type in annual performance report. This is a table of contents of the report. It begins with a letter from the superintendent introducing it. On page 2 is the district Texas Academic Performance Report, also known as TAPER. Info on accessing Campus TAPER starts on page 33. And the next several sections are the district and campus improvement plan, performance objectives, including HP3 goals and progress towards the performance objectives and goals. On page 111, a report from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that shows high school graduates' enrollment and academic performance in Texas public higher education. And the violent or criminal incident summary and school violence prevention programs make up the last part of the report. I will share a few highlights from the Texas Academic Performance Report, which is the main component of this report. The taper is compiled by TEA for every district and campus in Texas, and it aims to provide a comprehensive picture of a school or district's performance as compared to the regional area and the state of Texas. It covers categories like student achievement, demographics, and more, often broken down by various student groups. The report would normally include the accountability ratings. However, the issuance of the A through F ratings under the 2024 rule is still pending. The first section of the taper focuses on STAR data. There are 3 performance levels reported: approaches grade level, meets grade level, and master's grade level, with increasing difficulty at each level. This slide lists all assessments, grades 3 through high school, with % of students achieving the approaches performance level, with Socorro, the region, and the state's percentages listed for each assessment. Socorro leads the region and the state in all assessments at the approaches level. At the meets grade level, Socorro leads the region overall and leads or is tied with the state in all but 1 assessment. And at masters, Socorro leads the region and leads or is even with the state in half of the assessments, and Socorro is continuing to make gains each year, particularly in this performance area. Looking at student groups, Socorro leads the state in the populations of economically disadvantaged, special education, and emergent bilingual. And reported also on the taper is data based on House Bill 1416 that requires accelerated learning for students that were not successful on the STAR exam the year before. This graph shows math and reading data. The blue bars are Socorro, and the gray is the state, and it shows the % of students that passed the STAR exam the year following an unsuccessful attempt at an earlier grade. Socorro ISD had 51% of students pass the STAR test in math after being unsuccessful the year before, and 35% in reading. That's 16% higher than the state in math, and 5% higher than the state in reading. Graduation rates for the district reported for the class of 2023 is at 91.1. Region 19 is at 87, and the state at 90.3. For college and career-ready graduates, 11% of total graduates received an associate's degree, a 4% increase from the year before, and 44% of graduates received an industry-based certification, up 11.7% from the year before. This slide is on student enrollment. As of snapshot day in fall of 2023, the enrollment was 47,204 students, down 537 students from the year prior. Our economically disadvantaged rate has decreased from 74.4% to 73.7%, military connected at 12.5%, and emergent bilingual at 28.6%, and our special education is now at 13.4% of our total population. Our teacher profile starts with the highest degree held by our teachers. We have 2.4% that have no degree. These are our career and tech teachers who are highly qualified to teach based on work experience. 63.6% of teachers hold a bachelor's degree as their highest level, and about a third of our teachers have a master's degree compared to the 24.9% statewide. And we also have a small percentage of our teachers who have earned a doctorate. 6.5% of our teachers are beginning teachers compared to the state at 8.7%. And our teacher turnover rate is 11.1% compared to the state at 19.1%. That's a snapshot of the information in the annual report. The full report is posted on the SISD website under About Us and under the District Transparency link. This is a public hearing, so President Nájera, we would like to solicit comments at this time.
Let's see if we have any questions. Questions first.
Thank you for your succinct and very informative report, and I know it's a taper. Is it, remind me, 1 or 2 years lagging?
The graduation attendance data and college and career readiness is a year lagging. Otherwise, the rest of the STAR data is all 23-24 data.
Perfect. If you could go where it said star all subjects for approaches.
Sure.
I just truly want to highlight that Socorro ISD is the top of the region and the state, correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
So congratulations. I would love to hear a little bit more of what is it that we're doing, because we really have to shout it from the rooftops. The other thing is the meets. If you go to the next slide. And I'm not stealing your thunder. I just want to really ensure that everybody hears it.
Ms.
Meet
Macias?
performance, yes.
I'm sorry, before she switches that slide, I just like the note on the bottom, 8th grade math is not shown as a majority of students take Algebra 1 in 8th grade.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Macias.
Oh, that's great. That's another highlight for Socorro ISD. So teach me, for the meets, we are above the region and the state with the exception of one. So I would love to hear from, our academics team, for our school leadership, what is it? Because I know that every time you all receive this data, it's not just data, it's the action that goes with it.
Absolutely.
So we're always talking about student performance, how do we improve? So that's one thing I know that you're sharing with us, the data. Maybe in the future, you all could truly highlight the great things that you're doing. And that way we're paying it forward to others, especially in our area, that want to continue to grow, because our students are transient. They're with us and then they transition somewhere else and then they come back because they know Socorro's the best. So just want to throw that little recommendation out there. Yes. And then the most importantly, the masters. I know that just being good is not enough for us. We want to be the best, so we're used to being the top at all. So how do we make sure that our students are growing? 1 year of input is 1 year of output. So how do we get all of our students to masters? So going right back to our school leadership and to academics, I would love to hear possibly in the future, or if you guys have a little bit of highlights to share. That way we're truly sharing, especially since we have a great support team here with us today, that they hear the great things that we're doing and how we could do better to make sure that all our students continue to do amazing things. I think there was one other highlight I wanted to share. Could you go to HB 1416, Accelerated Learning? And for HB 1416, thank you, I know I was giving you the look. Come teach us, what is it that we're doing? Again, math and reading, our students, and again, we're not perfect, but what do we do to ensure that whenever they have the opportunity to continue to grow? I just heard it from one of our teachers of the year, that she doesn't expect perfection, but she knows that our students fail, but she gives them all of the opportunities to where whenever they try it again, they're successful. So how are we doing that for the accelerated learning piece?
Good evening, President Nahra, Interim Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. I'm Gina Xangsri, School Improvement Officer, and I'm happy to highlight the hard work of our academics department, but most importantly, the hard work of our teachers. Some of the things that we do in academics is we have a staff development request process. So any campus can reach out to our academics team, instructional technology, special ed, bilingual, research and evaluation if they need any support. To date, we have over 400 requests this school year. We also have a campus forum where we track instructional walkthroughs and also provide support to campuses. We have over 3,600 of those this year. So our staff really believes that we are a district service center. We provide support through helping teachers plan to refine their craft. We utilize the TEACS resource system to help plan and unpack standards so that we're teaching them to the level that the state requires.
Question, for the accelerated learning, when and how does that happen for our children?
It varies by campus, so we do have accelerated opportunities both within regular instruction, so within Tier 1, Tier 2 instruction. Students could be pulled for small group instruction with their teacher that's very differentiated and based on their specific learning needs. We also have schools that utilize super school time or a very specific time within their master schedule where they are receiving targeted instruction based on their needs. So campuses vary. We also have the after-school tutoring and some inter-session supports that are provided.
Perfect. Anything else to highlight?
I could keep going on all night.
I know you are. Thank you. I just wanted to give you all the opportunity to share that. Thank you.
Ms. Macias.
Any other questions? No, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone who would like to speak to the report. Mr. Lane, please remember you have 3 minutes, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So my name is Philip Thomas Lane. I'm a resident of District 6. I retired from Socorro ISD back in 2017. And this morning, I did something I've never done before. I filed a complaint against Socorro ISD for its filing of this report, specifically about information that was not presented to the public here tonight about salaries. I was very surprised yesterday when I was reading El Paso Matters and their coverage of the proposed layoffs from this district and how they reported that the average teacher in Socorro ISD makes $20,000 plus more dollars a year than teachers in other districts. If you're a first-year teacher in the district, that report would say you make about $80,000. If you have 30 years experience, the information reported by the district to the state says you make over $100,000. That's the information reported to the state. I know what it means to submit PEIMS data because I used to do part of that for special ed when I was employed. And I know that when PEIMS data is incorrectly reported and when there's knowledge about that, that's a felony. It's a very serious matter. $20,000 in salary overstatements, millions of dollars of budget deficits, and you're talking about cutting teachers' jobs. There's a huge problem with that. Think about the student who on campus commits a felony. You're going to send them to Keys. Think about the teacher who does anything in the community and they commit a felony and the news media picks up on it or it gets blasted around on social media. They're put on paid administrative leave and they very quickly have an exit interview with HR. You need to give this report a very serious look because false data, incorrect data was reported to the state. There's no excuse for that. And when your employees are filing incorrect financial data to the state, there should be absolutely no reason to expect anything else than, wow, here's Socorro ISD. We have this huge financial mess on our hands.
Any other speakers? Okay, that closes the public hearing. Mr. Vasquez, can we look into the data that was submitted, please?
Yes, sir. I'm jotting those notes down now. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a question, or not a question, but I'm looking, and thank you, Mr. Lane, for sharing this. Looking on page 31, just for clarity, since we have it in front of us. And so that we can fact check. And you said this is 23-24 data. So it says beginning teachers 61,649. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then state average is 54,272.
Correct.
1 to 5 years experience 81,681. And then 6 to 10 years experience 85,628. And 11 to 20, 89,144. And I won't read all of them, But tell us how you report, and I don't know who does. Does that include fringes, or is that base salary? What does that look like? That way, just for clarity.
Ms. Macias, I can start looking into that. That way we can get you some accurate information.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Ms. McBain.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing with district reports. We have 6A, district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. Mr. Livermore, please.
President Nahara, Superintendent Vasquez, fellow board members, an intruder detection audit was conducted in the district by Education Service Center Region 19. Findings will be shared with the district School Safety Security Committee and the Board of Trustees. A plan of action is in place and will be shared with the Board of Trustees tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Livermore. 6B, facilities report, security fencing. Ms. Fierro.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nájera, members of the board, Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, Liliana Fierro, Facilities and Construction Director. I'm presenting an update on the security fencing project, which is part of the School Safety and Security Federal Grant. The district is not utilizing general funds to complete this project, working in collaboration with the Emergency Management Team, IT, and Maintenance Department. This project is divided into 3 packages. Package 1, this includes the Americas and Eastlake feeder patterns and is currently 30% complete. The general contractor for this package is Jack Construction Group. The construction contract value is about $1.2 million, and the substantial completion date is April 3rd of this year. Here are some progress photos from Horizon Heights Elementary School, Answer Middle School, Suchuk Elementary School, Eastlake Middle School, and Ben Narbuth Elementary School. Package 2, this includes the El Dorado and Monwood feeder patterns, and it's currently 25% complete. The general contractor for this package is ACO Remodeling and Construction. The construction contract value is $1.8 million, and the substantial completion date is May 13 of this year. Here are some progress photos from Herschel Antoine Middle School, Hernando Middle School, Chester Jordan Elementary School, and Purple Heart Elementary School. Package 3, this package is listed under the consent agenda of tonight for your approval. Is there any questions?
Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Fierro, and I know it's posted, what type of funding is used for this? Is this a grant that we received?
Yes, ma'am. Federal grant for part of the TEA School Safety and Security Federal grant.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion.
It's not a motion?
Oh, it's a
Just
report.
a report.
Just a report.
Yeah, for package 3, we have the agenda under consent.
Under consent.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fierro.
Yes, thank you.
Any more? I'm sorry. Moving on to item 6C, SISD First Offender Program. Dr. Cruz.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Nájera, Superintendent Vasquez, and members of the board. Dr. Andrea Cruz, Assistant Superintendent of Admin Services. I'd like to introduce Sal Leos, Director of Intake Services with the Juvenile Probation Department, and also presenting on behalf of Chief Johnson is Dr. Carmen Graham, Director of Administrative Services. Since spring 2024, we have been working collaboratively to develop the First Offender Program in coordination with the Juvenile Probation Department and our SISD Police Department. And we're here to share an overview of the project and request your approval for implementation.
Good evening, President Nájera, Interim Superintendent James Vasquez, and members of the board. Sorry. My name is Sal Leos. I'm the Director of Intake Services at the Juvenile Probation Department, and I just want to give you a brief history of how this project came about. So back in October of 2023, the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute and the Paso del Norte Health Foundation convened a group of community stakeholders to basically discuss and formulate plans to prevent youth from entering the criminal justice system. So this is a map that was developed, and our goal was to focus on intercept points 0 and 1. So we were trying to see what we could do at the school level, community level, and at the law enforcement level to intercept juveniles from entering our juvenile justice system. One of the goals that came out of that project was enhancing prevention and diversion at the school level. So at the time, we started talking to Dr. Livas Graham, Amanda Martinez, Dr. Cruz, and we proposed implementing a first offender program. The first offender program would basically initially target felony THC cases, but it allows us to, or law enforcement in the district and ourselves, to target Class B, Class A misdemeanors and completely divert them from our program. So this is, like Dr. Cruz said, since spring of 24, we've been meeting regularly. We came up with the policies. Last couple of weeks ago, on February 6th, we presented to our juvenile board, and the board approved the establishment of such program. It's the first one in El Paso. It's going to be a pilot program. Initially, we are going to target those felony THCs. It's a problem. It's a problem throughout El Paso. It's the most commonly referred offense to our probation department. Last year, it accounted for about 43% of all the referrals that we get. And we get a little bit over 2,000, at least last year. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Dr. Livas Graham, who's going to tell you a little bit more about the program design and how it's going to look on your end. Dr. Livas.
Good evening, Mr. Nájera, Mr. Vasquez, esteemed board members. So, like he says, this has been in the works for quite a while, but we're finally at the end of the structuring the program. It was the hardest part was to agree on what we were going to do together. So we initiated these collaborative efforts, and it's all with the idea of preventing students from ending up with a felony. And at the time, we started by giving attention to the THC. And then the second thing was to reduce the number of juveniles that we are sending to the probation department, or that are going to the probation department. And we wanted to do this in a way that it would promote student success by eliminating the criminal record of a felony that they would have. And we're targeting the first-time offenders. And there was a lot of discussion with the chief as to, okay, what constitutes first-time offenders? So we are really focusing on just the first-time offenders. If they offend again, then that's not considered a member for this, a participant for this program. And also, another part that is very important is engaging the families in restorative practices and education by teaching them what a lot of parents don't know that's going on with these drugs and the vaping, and that's been a collaborative effort with the different agencies in El Paso. So it's going to have a great impact on our families. And then the program components also have 4 hours of the rethink sessions curriculum. Attendance by the parents also is mandatory to 3 or more sessions that are going to be facilitated at KISS. And then the referral to outside agencies, and we've got many agencies that are working with us on that. And then credit's gonna be given with documented substance abuse programs and counseling participation. And the providers will have to be licensed in Texas. And the future requirements are, again, a very strong parent involvement component so that the parents are receiving as much education as possible to help them deal with the problems that we are facing in the community or in the homes. And then we will have presentations to, by the court system and presentations to the boards, to you all, and also to the Juvenile Probation Board as to the progress that we're making. So again, we're starting with THC, but it's gonna be really good, so it's gonna give us an opportunity to move beyond this. Questions?
I just wanted to make,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I just wanted to make a comment that I commend y'all on this initiative because kids make mistakes, and sometimes those mistakes affect the rest of their lives. And so if we can help them after first offense, they are better qualified. They can apply for scholarships. It may not keep them from attending their dream university. And so I really think that this initiative is amazing, and thank you. Thank you for following it through.
Thank you for that. And just to follow up, our kids, like you said, they make mistakes, part of normal adolescent behavior, and they don't realize that this THC offense, it's a felony. It's a felony that can affect their future. It can stay on their record, prevent them from going into the military, financial aid, colleges. So I'm very excited about this program because successful completion is going to prevent that referral from ever reaching to our department, from ever going under permanent record. So really excited, and I'm really happy, and I thank Dr. Cruz, Dr. Olivas-Graham, and Amanda Martinez for collaborating with our department and being willing to start such a program.
Ms. Macias?
Yes. As always, thank you for being trailblazers and starting that, just the conversation. And not just that, the education piece. That it's not just, I love the fact that it's restorative practice, but you're taking it above and beyond to do the teaching. And again, everybody makes mistakes, but you're exactly right. It is a felony offense. And oftentimes they don't know that until families or children are in front of you. So I loved the hope that there's other things that we could do. I know that you left that carrot out there, Dr. Graham, so I love that because we're always looking for our children. And the other thing is the community partnerships. If there's an opportunity that you all could come back and give us updates and highlight those community partnerships, that way we could truly thank those that are doing the work every day to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our children and paying it forward. So thank you.
And I also want to acknowledge Chief Johnson. Without his support, without him agreeing, because it all starts with law enforcement and that first initial contact, this project wouldn't have gotten to where it's at today. So I know he's not here today, but I know he was a big player in this project.
I have to share with you that when we first called him to one of our meetings that we were having, he was on his way downtown, and I said, "What are you going to do downtown? We have something important here. You need to come back." He says, "No, I have an appointment down there." And I said, "But we have donuts and we have coffee." So he came back.
Dr. Graham.
Thank you for your consideration, Board.
Thank you.
And their item is 2C on consent, because I was going to go motion to approve.
We are requesting approval. There is a second part as an MOU that we'll establish with the JPD.
Perfect. Thank you.
So we are requesting approval
On the consent agenda.
of this item.
Yes. No, not on this item. This isn't presentation. It's on the consent agenda.
I'm throwing everybody
Okay. It's listed, and that's fine. We'll bring it back if we have to. Thank
Consent,
you.
yeah.
All right, and that brings us to the consent agenda. I need to pull item 7J1.
Mr. Nakada, I would like to pull item 7D.
7D.
I ask for comments on item 6.
Oh, 60. Oh, that just passed on
Did.
first offender program.
That was my oversight. I'm sorry? Okay. Mr. Aguero, please come up. You said you would like 2 minutes on this
Yes.
item. My apologies for overlooking that.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Hola again. My name is Alfredo Agüero, and I'm in the hub coordinator in El Paso, Texas for Time Down Organization. The reason for taking the floor on this item on the agenda is because parents are concerned, have concerns and curious to know how the alternative programs for students with disciplinary problems are being carried out. We have been asking to be part of the conversation that SISD administrative personnel in charge of the disciplinary area are having, because we do not know and we have not heard anything about how they are working to prevent our special education students for entering or being another statistics of the judicial system when they are accused of a crime that they will not know how to solve, because in many cases they do not have the capacity to understand the problem on which they are accused, but they also do not have the capacity to defend themselves or to give an explanation of what they are accused of. I could give many examples, but this is the one that could best explain this situation. What happens when the students do not understand the problem on which they are being accused, but also they do not speak? This is why we want to include a group of parents who can conduct disciplinary problems with the personnel in charge of these alternative programs. Basically, what we ask is that parents can have information about where they can go to receive help for their children. Student mass initiatives, they should not be mere imitators. They must learn to think and act for themselves and be free, quoted by Cesar Chavez. Los estudiantes deben tener iniciativa y no deben ser meros imitadores. Deben aprender a pensar y a actuar por sí mismos y ser libres. Citado por César Chávez. Gracias.
Okay, now on to our consent agenda. So I have 7D and I have 7J1. Any other items?
Motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item 7D and item 7J1.
And just for clarity, there is only one item under 7D, so it is 7D1.
Motion to approve.
A motion made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the consent agenda passes. We'll move on to item 7D1. Mr. Guerra?
The question I have, I realized in our facilities meeting in regards to the fencing and our board package, there was a difference of $400,000. And we went with the highest bidder. Can you explain to me the reason why?
Yes. Good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent Mr. Vasquez. My name is Gabby Garcia, Purchasing Director. So the committee elected the second vendor, so it wasn't the highest priced vendor, it was the second lowest vendor. And when the evaluation committee scores, they look at criteria such as price. So the lowest vendor, as far as price, they received the highest points for price, but the committee also considers can the vendor meet the district's needs, experience, if they've done business with the district before. And so based on the committee's evaluation, the second low vendor is being recommended for award.
You mentioned at the second, we went with the second lowest bidder,
Yes, sir, that is correct.
but as I look at the total on our bid package, well, and I guess you're correct, and my concern was, we didn't go with the lowest bidder, and that was my concern. And it was a $400 difference, $400,000 difference.
Yes, we went with the second low, sir, based on the evaluation committee's recommendation. And as I explained, other criteria is taken into consideration during the evaluation. We also work with our architect, who also helps us. They help us by checking some of the references. We all look at it together, and the lowest cost vendor did not have the experience.
We also have the architects involved as well?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct, sir.
Thank you. Motion to approve?
I second.
Motion to approve made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Moving then on to item 7J1. Local policy BED, board meeting public participation. We have a speaker signed up, Mr. Sammy Carejo.
I'm back. All right, so I have no idea what's going on. I've been being interviewed by all the media. Not showing off, but I am telling the truth out there. But I did sign up for the agenda item having to do with participation. I have no idea what you guys talked about, but historically, Michael Nájera has tried to cut our time. I'm only making an assumption because I wasn't listening. I will tell everybody in this room right now that this is not the first time that Michael Nájera has tried to cut our time by cutting the participation of parents, of taxpayers. That is a violation of our freedom of speech. I'm not gonna allow you to do that, Mr. Nájera. I don't care how many people are here, we will speak. And if you continue to cut our time, there will be a civil rights violation, civil rights lawsuits filed on you. I don't care what your local rules are. You have to be compliant with all local, state, and federal regulations. Take a look on your very own website that explains that. And for all of you who have no idea what I'm saying as I'm staring Mr. Nájera down, the rules are on the website, and it specifically states what the rules are at the local, state, and federal. So Mr. Nájera, do me a favor. Don't try to cut our time, because things are going to get legal. Everybody here, please go to SISD.net and take a look at the rules, take a look at what I'm talking about, and fight Mr. Nájera if he tries to cut our speaking time. Thank you.
Who's going to address the policy?
Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board, Superintendent Vasquez. BED was brought for review to Cabinet to align with the statement that is read at the beginning of the board meeting that has been modified to read 3 minutes.
Questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Where did that recommendation come from?
We realized as we're reviewing our policies that was not in alignment, and so to make it in alignment, we brought it forth through the process, through the Cabinet, and through the appropriate committees, and then here to the board.
Okay, so teach me. Alignment with the this is the policy, so alignment with the
current
statement, which is a regular
the current practice, yes. And that practice is read in the statement at the start of the board meeting.
And current practice is 5 minutes, and you could split your time? And I'm not being facetious, I'm just trying to understand.
It's 3 minutes per item. It reads, except as permitted by this policy and the board's procedures on public comment, an individual's comment to the board shall not exceed 3 minutes per meeting.
Per meeting.
May I?
Yes.
So I'm glad Mr. Carejo came back in because I happen to agree with him. This was not a request by me. And what I would ask for clarification from Mr. Blanco is our practice has been that we allow 3 minutes during open forum. And if someone happens to sign up for open forum and an agenda item, we allow 5 minutes, which is why the policy states individuals' comments to the board shall not exceed 5 minutes. Because if they sign up for 2 items, they get up to 5 minutes and they choose how they would like to split those items, correct?
Correct.
So if we change it to 3, then that means an individual's time is now limited to 3 minutes if they sign up for 2 items, right?
If the board accepts that change, then yes, that's what it would be. You also have an item in the policy under meeting management that no individual will be given less than 1 minute for either an agenda item or to speak on some specific open matter that they want to talk about that's not on the agenda. That's up to the board. It's a local preference. I will say this. Members of the public have the right to speak at meetings, and you're not removing that right. The board does have the right to set reasonable limitations on that.
So just based on the discussion that we just had, I do not have the desire to change it to 3 minutes per meeting. I think there is not a problem with the 5 minutes that stands right now. I do, however, believe that we need to update the exhibit because the exhibit attached is the statement that I read. And of course, the exhibit no longer aligns with what I read right now. So if I may, I move that we leave the policy language as is, where the paragraph or that specific portion will read, the board, an individual's comments to the board shall not exceed 5 minutes per meeting, which is what it was before, and that we update the exhibit to align with the statement that I read. That's my motion.
I second.
Motion made by myself, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The item passes. All right. Moving on to new business then. 8A, consider approval of 8th Amendment lease with freight exchange. Mr. Solis. Oh, Mr. Solis, just a moment, please. I'm sorry. Is there a Ben Vincent here?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Vincent, you signed up for item 8. I believe it's 8B that you want to speak to, but okay, I'm just confirming. Thank you, sir. Mr. Solis.
Good evening, Board President Nájera, board members, and Superintendent Vasquez. David Solis, Chief Financial Officer for the district. This evening, administration is requesting approval to extend the lease with Freight Exchange through February 28th, 2026. In addition to this initial extension, the agreement allows for up to 2 additional automatic extensions. The first extension would be March 1st, 2026 through February 28th, 2027. And the second extension would be March 1st, 2027 through February 29th, 2028. This would mark the 8th amendment to the lease, and the administration recommends approval as presented. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Mr. Solis, this is our lease. So we lease the property, I believe, next to the police services. I believe it used to be where our transportation department was located before it moved over here. And we've leased that property to Freight Exchange now for quite some time, right? And they've been good tenants, and they pay us what use of the property is worth, et cetera. And it's my understanding that the contract does include like CPI indexes so that what they pay for the property aligns with what the market rate is?
Correct.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
When was the last time that you negotiated terms? Is this a new negotiation, and did it go up as far as the rent that they're paying us?
It actually did. So the last negotiation was 12,000. We upped it to 13,000, and we included this language to base it upon the CPI. In addition, it wouldn't be less than 2%, but it would be capped at 4%. So we did include this language.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Macias, and I think I heard a second by Ms. Gardea.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. All right, now we move on to item 8B, and we have several speakers signed up for 8B. Okay. Since we do have a great number of speakers, rather than break right in the middle of all these speakers, we're going to take a 5-minute break right now. Okay? All right, so the time is 8:22. We'll be back at 8:27. Can we come back to order, please? Okay, we're back. The date is still Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The time is 8:29, and we still have a quorum. We're on item 8B, and we have several speakers signed up for 8B. Apologize if I say the name wrong. I'm having a problem reading the last name, that's it, but I believe it's Vanessa Kieser Casas. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Vanessa Kaiser Casas, and I have been a Socorro ISD fine arts educator for 7 years. 3 years ago, I had the honor of helping to open our district's first academy, Paso del Norte Fine Arts Academy. I stand before you today not just as an educator, but as an advocate for the transformative power of fine arts in our elementary schools. The proposal to eliminate music and art positions across our district is not merely a budgetary adjustment, it is a decision that will profoundly impact the very fabric of our students' education and development. The arts are not extracurricular, they are essential. They foster creativity, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence. Research consistently shows that students engaged in the arts perform better academically. Beyond academic benefits, the arts provide an irreplaceable support system for students of all abilities, especially neurodivergent learners, those with autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and other cognitive differences. Traditional classroom settings can be overwhelming, rigid, and not always accommodating to diverse learning needs. The arts, however, offer a safe space where students can express themselves freely, build confidence, and develop communication skills in ways that other subjects simply cannot provide. For many neurodivergent students, music and art are not just activities, they are lifelines. Art provides a way to process emotions without words. Music enhances focus, reduces anxiety, and helps with emotional regulation. Theater and dance build social skills and collaboration in a safe, structured way. Eliminating these programs removes one of the most effective tools we have for managing and supporting these students. In a time when student mental health is at the forefront of educational concerns, why should we remove the very programs that give students a voice, a sense of belonging, and a means to process their emotions? Eliminating arts programs disproportionately affects students from low-income backgrounds who may not have access to artistic opportunities outside of school. Cutting these programs would widen the gap between those who can afford private lessons and those who cannot. We recognize that we're facing a $38 million budget deficit and difficult decisions must be made, but is eliminating elementary art and music positions the solution? Cutting these jobs will send a clear message that creativity, self-expression, and whole child education are expendable. Why are we choosing to balance the budget on the backs of our youngest learners, those who rely on the arts not just for enrichment, but for their social, emotional, academic well-being? By removing fine arts, we are not just cutting programs, we're limiting the potential of future inventors, leaders, and visionaries. I urge you to reconsider the decision to eliminate elementary level music and art positions. This move would not only diminish the quality of education, but also deprive our students, especially neurodivergent students, and those from marginalized communities of essential tools for self-expression, learning, and personal growth. The fine arts are not a luxury, they are a necessity. Let us to continue to nurture creativity, resilience, and passion through a strong fine arts program. Do not take away our students' voices. Do not erase their creativity. Keep the art in our schools. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James A. Porras.
Good evening. My name is James Porras. I'm a retired teacher out of a competing district. As a teacher over 30 years, coaching, teaching, doing after-school programs, during training sessions, we were inundated with this phrase, research says, research says. But a lot of times the research didn't really say what we were being told it said. My wife will tell you I'm not a very emotional person when it comes to a lot of things, but one thing that is emotional with me is our granddaughter. It's her first year in school. As she was growing up, through music, she learned to understand Spanish. We're still working on the speaking. She sings, dances, art, Everything about fine arts curriculum is something that's very dear to her. I'm not going to give you a bunch of numbers and things, but I will tell you that, as reported in the Brookings Institute, fine arts is a vital part of a well-rounded education. You can also read about it in U.S. News and World Report and many, many other documents. I have here something for you, if you'll accept it, that lists 27 sources that you can read if you haven't already. When you make changes based on business instead of research, you're making a big mistake. You talk a lot about, well, budget. Everyone here deals with budgets in their homes, at work, in every facet of life. And I know you realize that. I'm sure you do the same thing. I believe I recognize someone here whose 2 children I watch perform ballet. So I know this person understands the value of the arts. I want to finish by reading one thing. The evidence is clear. Study of the arts contributes to student achievement and success. Its multiple benefits are academic, basic, and comprehensive. What is less clear is how to ensure that all students have the opportunity to learn about and experience the arts in school. Despite convincing research and strong public support, as you can see tonight, the arts remain on the margins of education, often the last to be added and the first to be dropped in times of strained budgets and shifting priorities. Action is needed to place the arts front and center on education agendas in both the State House and the schoolhouse. And in the current education policy climate, if it is based on action and advocacy are needed to make a compelling case for why the arts are a matter for all students.
Thank you, Mr.
Advanced
Porras.
research will confirm this. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Eric Oshevsky. Thank you for the phonetics, sir.
Thank you. Let me just whip this out real quick. Hi. My name's Eric Olszewski. I don't teach in SISD. I teach in EPISD, and I'm glad of it. However, I'm here to support my fellow instructors today. Currently, the board is considering the elimination of 300 employees, all of whom have health issues, mortgages, and mouths to feed, and none of whom will be able to find jobs in nearby districts. As there has been no mention of other options, let me offer some possible alternatives to the chopping block. The average salary of a teacher in this district is about $61,000 a year. By the way, I want to thank you, the board, for forcing me to research your district and do math this week. In this meeting alone, the board intends to spend $830,000 on fire alarm upgrades, portable relocation, and identification supplies. That money amounts to 14 teacher salaries. At last count, there are 110 employees in this district who make over $100,000 a year. Cut each salary by $40,000 and you save 85 jobs. According to the TEA district report card, you employ 56 teachers with emergency credentials and 174 teachers who are unlicensed or uncertified in their field. Rather than eliminate entire departments, consider these on a need-to-retain basis. Close Escontrias. I know you thought about it a couple years ago. During my research, I discovered that unless it's the board's contention that saving a 100-year-old school is worth more than people's livelihoods. Close the aquatic center or sell it to the city. Rent or sell SAC 1 to the city. Keeping 2 stadiums is a slap in the face to any educator who isn't part of the athletics department. Move to a 4-day work week like Santa Lazario, which saved that district $300,000 last year. Move to a 9-month calendar and close any campuses not in use for summer school. Consolidate campuses with declining enrollment, which has saved EPISD and myself from taking the drastic steps you've decided upon. One way to increase attendance is to create opportunities for meaningful involvement. Removing fine arts will jeopardize attendance even further. I encourage the board to put their dedicated employees first, many of whom have spent their entire careers building the reputation of this district. Those in attendance tonight are here because they value SISD, value their work, and value the students. I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yvonne Salazar.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nájera, board members, and Interim Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez. My name is Yvonne Salazar. I'm a proud educator in SISD. I have been for 19 years. I'm also an active member of Socorro American Federation of Teachers. I'm here tonight to speak to you not just for myself, but for the hundreds of dedicated employees who are about to lose their job due to the budget deficit. One that was avoidable had there been better leadership and responsible decision-making. This crisis did not happen overnight. Part of this deficit stems from poor financial management by our past superintendent, previous board members, and 2 current board members who no longer even attend the meetings. They approved projects that were not urgently needed, spending money that should have been prioritized for students and staff. Now, about 300 employees are about to be let go. Classrooms are becoming overcrowded and our schools are suffering. But the blame does not rest solely on local leadership. The Texas legislature has also failed us. Despite inflation and the rising cost of running a school district, lawmakers have refused to release the necessary funding for public schools. Instead, they continue to underfund our classrooms while funneling money towards private school vouchers. Our students and educators are being asked to do more with less, and it is unacceptable. Meanwhile, we, teachers and staff, are expected to carry the burden. We continue to educate, mentor, and support our students without receiving a step increase or a meaningful pay raise. At the same time, our insurance premiums and deductibles have gone up, cutting deeper into our already stretched paychecks. We have done everything asked of us, and this is how we are repaid, with job losses, heavier workloads, and financial strain. Socorro AFT will not stand by while our schools and livelihoods are at risk. We are taking a bus to the Texas Capitol to fight for the funding our students deserve. We will demand that lawmakers do their job and properly invest in public education. But we also demand the board make responsible financial decisions moving forward, ones that prioritize students, educators, and staff over unnecessary projects and administrative waste. Enough is enough. We need leadership at every level, local and state, that values and respects public education. Our students and educators deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Ms. Veronica Hernandez.
Good evening, President Nájera, Interim Superintendent Vasquez, and members of the board. My name is Veronica Hernandez, and I am the proud president of the Socorro American Federation of Teachers. We have many reasons why a RIF is not your best options, but since I only have 3 minutes to speak, I will share those with you separately, as Rosie has just given you. I am sympathetic to the difficult position our district is in tonight. We have a state that has not increased its base funding for public schools since 2019. I have seen and heard other school districts across the state confront this very scenario already. But what I cannot tolerate is the blame put on the salary increases over the last 2 years for the crisis we find ourselves in tonight. You cannot tell me that paying teachers, nurses, counselors, and support staff who take care of our kids every day, what they are actually worth is bankrupting our school district. For over a decade, Socorro ISD teachers were at the low or below average Texas teacher salaries which itself sits at the bottom half of the states nationwide. The same is true of our support staff and our paraprofessionals. Ensuring that instructional aides who support our special education classrooms and other support employees can pay their rent each month is not wasteful. Raising teacher pay salaries to retain experienced classroom teachers is not the problem with our budget and our district. These are markers of success. You just heard them at the taper report was presented right now. What we have done here in Socorro with administrators, parents, and educators is a blueprint for retaining and recruiting highly educated, qualified teachers. We are being punished for it by a state that refuses to fund its public education system appropriately. Earlier this year, the Socorro ISD members came to you asking this board to sign in on support of our Educator Bill of Rights. You did. Tonight, I draw your attention to one vital piece of the resolution you passed. You vowed to advocate at the legislature for essential rights we outlined: fair wages, manageable working and learning conditions, safe schools, and more. You were resolved to work with us in the fight to fully fund public schools and oppose private school voucher program that would further defund them. Now is the time to make good on that promise. Tonight, your district employees call on you to exhaust all options before laying off staff and reducing our students' learning opportunities. We are asking you to wage the fight that is necessary in the legislature, show them that what we've done in Socorro is what they should do statewide. We are not the first district to confront this issue in the school year.
I'm sorry.
One word away.
I'm sorry,
We
Ms.
will know
Hernandez,
at the
your time
last,
is up.
but before you end the livelihoods of
Ms.
the people who
Hernandez.
take care of our kids, put them on the path to success, we urge you to
Ms.
please
Hernandez,
do
your time is
everything
up, please.
to make these cuts unnecessary.
Our next speaker, Ben Vincent.
Good evening, board members. I had a big old speech ready, and things I was going to say, people have already said. So I'm scrambling to say the things that I think I would want to say to you if I were sitting with you at a coffee shop out here on the street. Because we're humans, we're people, we're the teachers that you've hired. We work for you, you're our bosses, but we're humans, and we have lives to live. Now, my name is Ben Vincent. I'm 10th year here in Socorro, 14th year of teaching. I started teaching later in life, but I absolutely love teaching children. I've been a minister of music and youth in churches now for 40 years, and again, children are my life. I teach elementary music at Cactus Trails Elementary in Carrasco, where I teach about 2,200 students on a 2-week cycle. And I can tell you, I'm very sad that this may be the last year that I get to be their music teacher. And so are my students. They're having a hard time wrapping their heads around what may happen as I am. I just can't imagine 200 teachers having to find new positions, new careers, etc. There won't be 300 positions in the other school districts for them to move into, for us to move into. How many teachers will leave town? How many will change careers? There certainly won't be 30 or 40 fine arts positions in all the elementary schools, et cetera, here in town, or even middle schools and high schools. It just won't happen. The brain drain will take all these highly qualified teachers elsewhere or into another career. So many questions about work, our TRS retirement, Social Security, and another career, all these things just come to mind because it's a complicated thing because we're a teacher. We're in a different category in life. We're all facing this inflation that permeates all aspects of our life, at home, at work, at church, and y'all here in the district. Obviously, everything is more expensive than it has ever been. I do not envy your position tonight. as I've sat out here and heard folks grill you about the situation. And then we find ourselves in this terrible place. I've served on a board with Habitat for Humanity here in El Paso for 10 years, 8 of those as the secretary, and a total of 20 years with a campground in Conference Center in Cloudcroft. And so maybe I have a little bit of an inkling of an idea what it must be to run an entire school district with thousands of employees and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that come through the district all the time. I don't envy what you have to come up with as a solution.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Our next speaker, Angelica Soto. Ms. Soto, and this time you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Board President Michael Nájera, board members, and Interim Superintendent Jim Vasquez. We were all blindsided with the recent decisions made by the district that will have a tremendous impact on both our students and employees, and has led to all our employees to have the lowest morale since I joined the district in 1987. We were led to believe that the cost-saving measures being implemented were sufficient to substantially lower the deficit, but not once was a possibility of staff cuts mentioned. The recommendation that the district is making appears to be a decision already made, although not yet approved by the board. This makes it clear that minds were made up beforehand, given that elementary fine arts employees have already been informed of the non-renewal of their contracts. Were these decisions made without full consideration of key factors, such as the effects on the well-being of our students and employees? It seems that the focus was more on the fastest way to save a buck. It is concerning that the district choices have primarily led to employee layoffs, rather than first exploring alternative cost-saving measures. With the current decline in student enrollment and an increase in vacant classrooms at the older campuses, reallocating resources to resize schools could be a more sustainable solution to save jobs, rather than resorting to cutting jobs first. This would prioritize the well-being of our educators, who play a vital role in shaping our students' lives. Our teachers are facing challenges such as higher student-teacher ratios, leading to fewer face-to-face interactions per student, which will probably negatively affect student learning, which can lead to burnout and teachers leaving the profession. This situation might also drive parents towards charter schools. In the event that you as a board feel that it is imperative to approve the recommendation from administration as presented, we ask that you ensure that the criteria as stated in policy DFFB be followed district-wide to the letter, so that employees know that it is a fair process and applied equally to all employees. At this time, most employees are extremely stressed and anxious about the uncertainty of their employment status for the next school year. They feel betrayed and disappointed. Please, as you vote, take this opportunity to reassure all SISD employees that they are still valued, respected, and will be treated in an equitable manner. We know that you will make the best decision for SISD students and employees. Thank you for your time, your advocacy, and your commitment to what is best for SISD. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexia Rivera Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Alexia Rivera Rodriguez from Socorro High School. I want to start off by saying that this short speech I'm about to give is only a fraction of what fine arts means to me, as well as other students in the district. In elementary school, music class would always get students excited because of how colorful and inviting the classroom was. I was fortunate to be taught by Mrs. Muma, as well as Mrs. Snyder. I was introduced to an entire culture at such a young age, which made me want to explore music even more. The older I got, the stronger my passion grew for music and instruments. Music truly transforms, comforts, and brings life to the world we are in. The connection I had to music through my elementary teachers was a pure and delicate experience. I am now a senior in high school who has continued to pursue music since then. The ability to express myself through an instrument is an incomparable feeling not many can understand. The future leaders of our world are sitting in a classroom being taught by music teachers. Being involved in fine arts has taught me how to manage time, be a leader, be organized, and have standards, both artistic and academic. I've been fortunate enough to be a drum major leading a marching band for 3 years and play at state level with other students who enjoy the same activity I do. Music brings unity. The amount of opportunities given to fine arts students is immense, and it all starts back in elementary school when you first learn how to read music. Closing this door of opportunities would shut off creativity and constrain the talents of young students. Students like me find homes and identity within these programs. What feels like endless hours of practice actually saves people from being in the street making bad decisions. We learn life lessons and build strong connections all through the unity of music. The actors you see on the big screen were once theater students at an ordinary school. Famous composers and musicians we listen to who were also once just normal students who learned from fine arts teachers. The paintings hanging on your living room wall were made by a person who was once an art student. I hope my testimony sheds light on the significance of the Fine Arts Department and our dedicated teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roberto Quiñones Ábalos.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Quiñones Ábalos. I am a current SISD student at Pebble Hills High School. I am also our school's speech and debate president and a debate alumni. So when I see something that piques my interest, I look for the facts. It doesn't take a person like me to look at a situation at hand and know that it is wrong. However, my speech isn't about me. It isn't about me or my peers or my class. My class is going to graduate, and the new resolution will in no way affect me or my class. However, seeing the severity of the circumstances is an issue that cannot be left unattended. This is about the firing of teachers and educators, which cannot be acceptable. It cannot be overlooked, and it cannot be an option. Teachers bring into this world a skill that not many can offer. That is to teach, to raise our future leaders, and to innovate. Teachers deserve better. I know you say that you've exhausted every avenue, when in reality, that's just not true. I am here to present you 4 plans that can give us at least a running start to not lay off these essential educators. Alongside signed petitions of over 460 students, teachers, parents, and faculty throughout at least 4 campuses ongoing. This is an ongoing petition, meaning despite what today's decision is, will not stop at the petition and may even grow throughout more campuses and more communities. Moving on to my plans. Number 1, administrative salary caps and budget reductions. We have so many employees within your administrative field that win over $100,000 in salary. That is unacceptable. When teachers earn way lower than that and they actually do the work and they actually put in the effort for our students, for us, we witness our teachers, we witness our educators. When in reality, you're just sitting here making decisions such as laying off essential workers, essential people that not only corroborate to our education, but also to your jobs. I have the pages on me, the sources that will show you that you guys make way too much money. I know most of the board may not make money. However, many of your administration does. Set the example and put then the price gaps on your administrative fields instead of laying off essential workers. Number 2, fine arts and sports fund reallocations. While fine arts and sports are essential, and yes, I am fine with the reallocation of funds, however, the layoffs of teachers is not a requirement. It's not an option. Their budgets can be temporarily adjusted without eliminating programs. Number 3, early college program adjustments. This one's controversial. However, the district funds multiple early college programs but are not utilized effectively. Some students drop out or fail, leading to wasted resources. A solution: limit early college programs to 2 or 3 high GPA schools, ensuring they go to students who will fully benefit. I have given you 3 at this point, almost 4 options. The others that have been mentioned have been brought up by my colleagues. Other supporters, you can clearly see all around you. People are not happy with this. You are an elected official. Don't make us make the right choice next time in electing somebody else that's not you. In conclusion, I understand that we must alleviate over $333 million in debt. However, with my piece of any piece of my plan or any other plan, we avoid cutting jobs of teachers while helping the debt problem. Salary cuts help with reducing and still have a comfortable salary. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Philip Thomas Lane.
Good evening. Tonight, you're being asked to lay off employees by the management who doesn't always present you with the best financial information. On the taper report, the salaries were overstated, and the salaries in the taper report are solely for regular duties only. So you're getting bad information. You're being asked to lay off employees, and I want you to consider how laying off employees meshes with your line of all in. Laying off employees doesn't even come close to fitting in with the concept of all in. When you lay off an employee, you're telling the employee, take one for the team. That's a totally different message. You know, I used to lead a small team of transition services here in Socorro ISD. We would joke amongst ourselves about taking one for the team. But as the leader of that team, I always knew it was my responsibility to take one for the team. And when the going got tough, it was me who had to get in the way and take all the unpleasantries. I understand cuts need to be made, but I want you to consider why those cuts need to be made. I know you're looking at layoffs, but when you look at your neighbors, Isleta, El Paso, they're not meeting to lay off hundreds of teachers. You are. They face the same exact financial situations that you face, and yet it is Socorro ISD that is looking at laying off teachers. Whatever situation you come up with to address the financial situation you're in is going to have a horrible impact on whoever it touches. But I want you to consider that you have an option, that you can choose to move through the process of all in. This was sprung on the employees on Friday. You haven't gotten any kind of feedback what kind of pain, if any, the employees would prefer. You owe it to them to get their feedback because they're loyal to you. Be loyal to them before you take an action, any action. Tonight, you had a previous speaker speaking on the importance of financial literacy. You know, if senior management and this board had a better grasp of financial literacy, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion tonight. And we also had a young lady wanting to know if she as a student meant more to you than just a number. Well, if you understood numbers better than you understand now, she would never have had to ask that question. You've got a tough decision to make, but please, involve your teachers in the solution, just don't dictate to them.
Our next speaker is Ezekiel Schultz.
Good evening. My name is Ezekiel Schultz. I am an 8th grader coming from Colojano and their middle school. I would like to speak about fine arts.
Stop at time, please. See you. Stand up.
Ezekiel, do you want to start again?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Ezekiel Schultz, an 8th grader coming from Colojano and their middle school. I would like to speak about the fine arts. The district is turning their backs on the fine arts. People who is teaching fine arts might get fired, and we don't want that. This is ruining our district because some kids might want to move to a different district because they don't have any fine arts here. Fine arts changed my life and has inspired me to continue doing it for the rest of my life. And if they are taking away fine arts, they take away my future. People will also most likely move away to districts who do provide fine arts, so they need to reconsider their choice. My teacher, Miss Pardillo, has helped me through struggles and has changed my perspective on life. If you cut fine arts, you're taking away my favorite teacher, the one person who cares about me and will do anything to try to help me go through any situation. Why try to cut fine arts when you spend more money and the time on other things? Aren't you trying to get out of debt? If so, then why are you spending money and also ruining people's lives?
This young man is here by himself.
Mr. Carejo,
He has been
please
here
step away
since
from the
5
podium, Mr.
o'clock.
Carejo.
Good job, young man.
Our next speaker, Victoria Anguiano. Victoria Anguiano. Is there anybody left in the overflow? No? Okay, how about Angela Anguiano? No, Angela Anguiano? Right, how about Jaylene Villalobos?
Good evening. My name is Jaylene Villalobos, and I am a junior from Socorro High School. It has been brought to my attention that the district has made the decision to remove some of its most important employees and programs. At this moment, I would simply like to ask a question to the audience and to the board. How many of you have had the privilege of having a second home when you needed one? I would like to talk about my second home. As a little girl, I was told I had to be in an extracurricular, and luckily, I picked choir. From that moment on, music became a big part of my life. Thank you to Miss Snyder. I was a quiet kid in the back of the class, and Miss Snyder was quick to acknowledge my potential. When I was made to feel like I couldn't, she knew I could. With the skills I acquired, I made it to the district honor choir in 4th grade, where I had the privilege of being taught by Miss Muma. Mrs. Muma, through her kind demeanor and strong belief that I could be a great musician, taught me that passion can take you a long way. Middle school is said to be some of the hardest years, and during my toughest years, I had the blessing of meeting one of my biggest mentors, Mr. Chaparro. To be completely honest, I thought band was for nerds, but somehow I decided to give it a try in 8th grade. To say that I sucked was an understatement. But Mr. Chaparro, with this patience, decided to take on the challenge. What Mr. Chaparro didn't know is I was struggling with depression and high anxiety, and I had little to no friends. He encouraged me to join the high school band. Thanks to Mr. C, my fellow musicians have become my family, and as an only child, I have more brothers and sisters than anyone can count. Mr. Chaparro has taught me that there will be bad days when you don't want to get out of bed. But with music, I have learned that you have a family, and with that family comes love and passion for making something beautiful every day. Don't think I forgot about choir. I've continued my journey and met Mr. Avila in high school, and he taught me what it's like to sing from the voice of God. I would always walk out of Mr. Avila's class with a smile on my face because every time I walked out, I knew God's hand was on my shoulder. From Mr. Avila, I learned that there was always room for growth and that I could achieve anything with God. Because of these teachers' patience, life lessons, goofiness, teachings, and love for their students and profession, I can proudly say that I have advanced to state competition for band 2 times, for choir 3 times, and I've had the privilege to perform in the biggest music conference in Texas. And the one shy kid is now section leader for both band and choir. These are just a few fine arts teachers that have impacted my life from a very young age. I share these stories with you because not only are you stripping teachers from their jobs, but you are stripping students from their home, their second family, and a place where there is room for true self-expression. And I ask you, please do not take me away from my home. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Donald Welch.
Before the egg timer starts, isn't it correct that we now have 5 minutes by board action?
No, sir. It is 3 minutes. If you speak to 2 items or more than 1 item, then you get a total of 5 minutes across the
I think it
items.
should be 5 in the aggregate, but anyway, boom. Okay, folks, let me tell you. I know every one of you. I've worked in your election campaigns. I know your families, your spouses, your kids. I have respect for every one of you. Take a deep breath. I'm not here to lash you. I know you've been having a rough time this evening, but there are a lot of very eloquent speakers who've brought up some very important points. A quick aside on the fine arts. This little chubby kid in the 4th grade, if it hadn't been for a little short teacher just like Angie and her rolling cart and record player, I would never have become a great square dancer and eventually a good two-stepper. If it weren't for Miss Filing in the 7th grade, I would have never been the lead soprano in the 7th grade choir, which led to church choir and musical theater. I was in 35 community shows, so I'm just a regular guy. These people who've been in Carnegie Hall and all of that stuff, I can't begin to compare to that. But that just shows you what fine arts can do for a regular kid. Okay, let me just say that I do not believe in my heart that a single person sitting up here made this decision. Oh, let's cut fine arts. Let's not be fooled, members of the audience and members of the school board. The persons and people driving this train are Greg Abbott, the state legislature led by the Republican Party, and Commissioner Mike Morath. This is the truth. You guys are victims. You're out in front. You're the ones who are getting excoriated. Well, let me tell you, not all of us believe that it's your fault. And it's not all of us believe that you have real control over the way we approach this. So take that for whatever it's worth from someone who appreciates each one of you for what you do and what you have done. I also want to say that before this train drives off the cliff, you guys need to put the brakes on, and I say the action you're about to take tonight, table it. Table it until you get real input from the real stakeholders and not these listening tours where you're going to get subjected to the same lash and can't respond or won't respond because the state's in control here, and we're not stupid. So you need to do whatever you can do, and getting the real stakeholders, as someone already said, the teachers, the parents, the kids, not just in these opportunities, but as part of the decision-making process. We can identify cuts. You haven't even asked the organizations. We can identify cuts that you wouldn't even dream of if you just give us the chance to look at your budget and work with you. But no, you're just letting that train go down the road. So I'm begging you, pleading with you, do what you signed up to do, because I know you can do it. And I look forward to this next election and working with some of you again. And let's make this right. Let's put a pause on things, put brake on the train. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Iris Bear, or Iris Bear. Iris Bear. It looks like B-E-Y-E-R. Iris. Okay. How about Alma V. Estrada?
Hi. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alma Velia Estrada, and I am the psychology and sociology teacher at Socorro High School. As much as anybody would like to believe that I'm a student, I'm not a student, okay? I get stopped in the halls all the time. I currently serve 236 students, and I'm here to voice my concerns about the recent decision to reduce the workforce within our district, potentially impacting 300 teachers and thousands of students. I've been a teacher for 6 years, 2 years in Phoenix, and I have had the amazing opportunity to move here in order to seek not only financial stability for myself, but also stability for my son, okay? I am a mother to 6-year-old Alessandro. He is my heart and soul, and at the age of 3, he was diagnosed with autism. We thought we were gonna go through a lot, and I realized, even as a teacher, like, I couldn't do a lot to help him. As much as I could, I knew that I had to find somewhere that was going to help him educationally as much as I could at home. So when I enrolled him into Escondrias STEAM Academy, I was blessed to find out that there were hardworking teachers there that would help him out. And I thank the heavens for those teachers that have helped him out, Ms. Quintero, Ms. Rodarte, and Ms. Soto, for everything that they've done with him, because he has excelled now. With that being said, like my son, my students are my family, and my students are my children. Some of my students are here and they gave you speeches, so I'm super proud of them as well. But there's always an in with a student. Sometimes they're too shy to talk to me. Sometimes, especially when it comes to psychology, sometimes they don't want to admit certain things. And my in with these students are their programs, are their CTE programs. It's their fine art programs. When I tell them, hey, I heard that you got an award and you went to state, that's amazing. And you see their faces light up. And they light up in a way that, honestly, it makes me so happy, because you know, okay, they're in it here for the school, but they're really in it for their program. With that being said, I want that same in with my son. And I believe drawing, painting is his greatest strength. As a 6-year-old, he draws and paints galaxies and solar systems, and he can paint them 1,000 times over at the age of 6. And even though I tell him, hey, buddy, let's try to paint something else, he's like, nope, I'm good. I'm good with circles. But with that being said, he really deserves to have an art teacher there. He really deserves to have a music teacher there. He deserves these programs. And I urge you to reconsider the ramifications of this decision and the educators who dedicate their lives nurturing these students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Gary Gandara.
Good afternoon, Board President Nakira, Interim Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez, and Board. I'm here on behalf today to let you all know where I stand on this issue. I stand on this issue that, again, I'm for keeping our teachers. There's a different way out there, and I know we can find it. I'm asking you to table this issue tonight and find that way that we keep our teachers, because it matters. Their paychecks matter every day. Their families need those paychecks. We need a fight to keep them. Now, with that said, I've heard some things out here today that have been said by some individuals, and I'm saying one individual that comes up here, makes fun of you guys, laughs, and thinks this is a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that man back there doesn't care about you, okay? Because if he really did, have you heard him even say anything about 2 individuals that haven't been here in 7 months? Hasn't said anything about them. Why? Because they're his buddies. Those are his friends, the people that actually caused this problem. They came here with the other 2 issues. And again, Ms. Macias, thank you for running and ending that reign for 2 years. That's all it took, 2 years for Nate Carmen and his open checkbook that those 4 individuals gave him. Mr. Mena, Mr. Morales, Mr. Barrera, Mr. Castellano gave him an open checkbook, and he took it. It was a fund balance, and he made it. He really was. It was a fun to him, and now we're the ones dealing with that issue. Ladies and gentlemen, right now I'm presenting you right here a fact. When I was ousted, and I have it to say, I was ousted. Mr. Nakira, I'm asking you for more time because he is interrupting my time. I'm asking for more time, Mr. Nakira. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I am asking for more time. Mr. Nakira, all right, here, I'm going to present, because I was a board member on this district, and I was here for 8 years. Do you know what our biggest problem for 11 years that I sat on this board? Our 2 biggest problems, not if we could give raises, not if we could give them, is how much money we could give our teachers. That was our biggest issue. Our second biggest issue we had was our superintendent battling it out in San Antonio with the neighboring district, who had the better district. And at that time, we had it. We were number 1. We were an A district. None of you caused that. And for him to have the audacity to blame you? None of you had that. You got stuck with it. That's what happened. You got stuck with that issue. And for that individual to come in here, run and make a deal, and not say anything about the individual that really caused this issue, Nate Carmen and his open checkbook that those 4 individuals gave him? 2 years, that's all it took. 100 in 2021. This is off the school district. 2021 adopted June 15th, 1 month after we left office and Dr. Espinosa left. Fund balance, estimated 106,106,607. That's how much money we had, a robust fund balance in this district. And those individuals threw it. They got rid of it. And now these people are gonna pay for it because of them and left it on your hands? God, I want to see these 2 men up here and actually have to make that vote.
Mr.
Hell
Gandara.
no, they're not here.
Thank you, Mr.
That's why
Gandara.
they didn't run.
That was our last speaker. Moving on to agenda item 8B. Mr. Solis, Mr. Vasquez, and Ms. Stiles.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, and members of the SISD community. When I assumed this role of acting superintendent last April, 10 months ago, I knew it wouldn't be easy, and I knew there would be difficult days ahead, and I knew there would be difficult decisions to be made. But nothing in my life, my professional life, my personal life, the 30 years in education has prepared me for the recommendation I'm going to have to make this evening. Throughout my career, I've prided myself in taking care of people, whether it was my 3rd grade students when I was a teacher at Waco Elementary, or when I was taking care of my students, teachers, and community members when I was a principal at Horizon Heights and Paso del Norte. Recommending this action and the impact it's going to make on employees, their families, and the students, it's painful, and it goes against my instincts to help people. I come from a family of educators. My wife was a teacher for 28 years, taught at Loma Verde for most of those. My mom was a teacher for over 30 years, taught in Isleta over at Thomas Manor. And I've known teachers my whole life. But as difficult as this decision is, it's necessary. With a dwindling fund balance, we can no longer afford to pass a deficit budget. If we don't make the necessary cuts for the next school year, we won't have money in our fund balance to cover the deficit, and we will be insolvent.
Please, order, please.
In other words, we would be insolvent, which in other words means we would have to declare financial exigency, which is equivalent to bankruptcy in the corporate world. As difficult as it is to take this action, we cannot let this happen to our district. We cannot let our district go bankrupt. Over the course of the last 10 months, our team has worked together with our conservators, our financial advisors, and other financial experts from across the state to find ways to help us decrease our budget and decrease our deficit and put us back in better financial standing. And we made considerable progress by identifying approximately $25 million worth of savings, primarily by closing vacant positions and by cutting operational costs. This is a breakdown of the cuts we've made so far. By not filling positions and closing positions, we've decreased our workforce by 8% already. 10% at the department level here at the district, 9% at the elementaries, 6% at the high schools, and 7% at the middle school level. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enough to make the impact needed to get us out of this situation. In order for us to make the cuts necessary to get us back on the road of financial recovery, we need to cut $38 million. So how did we arrive at that number? How did we get to 38? Last summer, we adopted a deficit budget of $22 million. Throughout the course of the school year, deficit has increased to about a little over 24 million as a result of hires we've had to make in crucial positions such as special ed and so forth. So it's increased to 24 million. We're also anticipating a decrease of more than 700 students next year, which will equate to about a $7 million loss in revenue. In addition to that, we've been making transfers from our general fund to the health fund, about $5 to $10 million per year, and we're projecting we'll have to pay another $7 million next year. So that brings us to our projected deficit for next year at $38 million. So these are the recommendations. Before I get to that, I just have to allude to this, but I can't say it as well as Mr. Welch said it earlier, and our friends at AFT said it before that. This situation and this problem isn't unique to Socorro ISD. Just in the past couple of weeks, we've heard that Leander ISD and Northwest ISD have also had to talk about reducing their workforce. There'll be a reduction in force. Midland ISD is cutting positions. States, school districts across the state are passing deficit budgets. Austin ISD just released, they have a deficit of $115 million. School districts are having to close campuses, like our friends in EPISD. Fort Worth ISD just came out and said they're gonna have to close $20 to $25 million. This is a statewide issue, and we have struggled as school districts to make ends meet, and we've had to dip into our fund balance. We've had to deal with unfunded mandates. So we've had to do more with less. We've had to dip into fund balance to ensure that these mandates get funded. And we've had to, with rising inflation, over 22%, fuel costs sky high, we've had to shoulder that burden as the people in Austin did nothing the last legislative session. And it's been, now we're seeing it hit home. We've seen it across the state, now we're seeing it hit here. Our friends in Isleta mentioned that they may need to take out a loan, just like we did back in November. This is not unique to Socorro. This is a statewide issue. So, as a result of all of this and result of the numbers I've shared with you, these are the recommendations I'm making to the board this evening. And these are the areas we're looking at. Looking at employment area, the areas of central office, the non-campus locations, CT programs, looking at the offerings we currently have, looking at if there's low enrollment in some of those would be ones that we'd be looking at. Of course, we've been hearing a lot about the redesign and the fine arts program. That was, when I spoke to that group of teachers on Friday, it wasn't, it was the most difficult thing I've ever had to do, but not nearly as difficult as what they may have to go through, and that's not lost on me. Some people question why I did it or the timing of it. Simply, I didn't want them to find out by reading the board agenda or by getting a text message saying, "Did you see what's happening?" I didn't want to tell them face to face, but I had to. They deserve to hear it from me, not from anybody else. So that was extremely difficult. We're looking at staffing formula changes at the elementary level, going from 22 to 1 to 24 to 1 through the approval of a class size waiver. We're looking at a redesign of our pre-K and kinder collaborative units. We're addressing regulation EEB, which addresses our staffing patterns and looking at formula changes there. We are restructuring staffing with academics with low academic programs, with low student participation. Middle school class sizes from 24 to 1 to 26 to 1, and then secondary staffing formula changes at the high school and middle school levels. By doing that, these are the savings that the district would see by closing those the existing vacancies that we have. We're looking at $9 million savings. The staffing formula changes based on the going from 22 to 1 to 24 to 1 to 24 to 1 to 26 to 1. That's going to save us $10 million. Program redesigns to include the fine arts CT programs, that would be a $5 million savings. Department allocation deductions, we've already reduced the campus allocations for the current year, and we're looking at further reductions for next year in the allocations for our departments. And then maximizing federal funds. We're looking to see which positions can we move from locally funded positions to federally funded positions. We would see a savings there of about $3.3 million. That still leaves us $8 million to go. And, it's, we're looking at, maybe hopefully through attrition, we can see a lot of those savings. But we think we can find that, and through some of the suggestions we've been receiving, we have no doubt we can get there. But I know it's incredibly difficult. Nobody on this dais disagrees with anything anybody has said tonight. It's painful. It's painful for us. It's painful for you. It's painful for our district, for our community. This is not easy on anybody. And I wish I did not have to make this recommendation to the board, but unfortunately, this is where we find ourselves. And like I've said before, the act of doing this is incredibly difficult. But the options we have are either we take this action or we become insolvent as a district, and we can't afford to do that to this district. So I've kind of given an overview of where we're at, but I'm going to have our CFO David Solis and Selena Stiles, our interim Chief Human Resources Officer, talk to us a little bit more about the numbers that I've addressed right now.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Good evening again. David Solis, Chief Financial Officer for the district. I joined the district on November 1st, just one day after the approval of the $25 million tax note to address the district's short-term cash flow needs. Since then, over the past 2 months, I've provided updates on our fund balance position, enrollment trends, tax rates, and property values, all key factors that impact the district's financial outlook. Tonight, as we discuss the steps necessary to stabilize the district's financial position, we recognize that these are difficult but necessary conversations. Our focus remains on making thoughtful, strategic decisions that will ensure the district's long-term financial health. Looking back over the past decade, the last time the district adopted a balanced budget was in 2015. Since then, we have been operating with budget shortfalls each year. As you can see from the data, while most years resulted in a shortfall, there were 2 instances where the district ended the year with a surplus or positive balance. In 2020, the district ended the year with a $10.2 million surplus, largely due to the additional funding provided by the state through House Bill 3 and cost savings from students and employees learning and working remotely during the pandemic. In 2022, we ended the year again with a surplus, this time of $6.8 million, made possible by temporary federal COVID relief funds. However, these were one-time boosts in funding. The basic allotment provided by the state has not been increased since 2019, as previously mentioned, and it has not kept pace with the cost of running our schools as costs have continued to rise. The federal relief funds were temporary, and that funding is no longer available. For many years, our district experienced steady growth in student enrollment, adding over 3,000 students between 2014 and 2023. This growth, along with increasing property values, led to increased state and local revenues. However, that trend has now reversed. The district is now experiencing declining enrollment, and as a result, our financial situation has become more difficult. From 2023 to 2025, our enrollment has dropped by nearly 1,200 students. During this period, the district experienced shortfalls at the end of the 2023 and 2024 fiscal year, totaling $70 million. This led to a 57% reduction in our fund balance reserves. We're actively working to reduce this year's $24.3 million shortfall. For the upcoming school year, we anticipate an additional enrollment decline of a little over 700 students, leading to an estimated revenue loss of approximately $7 million. Since 2023, the district prioritized investments in employee compensation, facility and equipment improvements, and healthcare benefits. These investments have largely been funded through the use of fund balance reserves rather than sustainable recurring revenue. Moving forward, we must prioritize financial sustainability to protect the district's financial health and ensure solvency for the future. As we plan, we must find ways to align our financial strategies with long-term stability while continuing to invest in the success of our students and staff. And I understand Dr. Hinojosa wants to say a couple words.
Michael Hinojosa, former superintendent, Dallas Independent School District, conservator for the state of Texas. This is going to be personal because I got started my career in Fabens in Region 19, and I was a taxpayer in Socorro in the 90s. My wife was a teacher at Mountainwood. My son went to Helen Ball, and later he went to Harvard. So this is not something that I'm going to say lightly. And I had a 27-year career as superintendent. The one blemish on my career is in 2008, because if you don't do what's being recommended, in 2008, I had to lay off 1,000 teachers in October, in the middle of the school year. And I had to face the music, and that's the district where I grew up as a student, where I was a teacher, where all my brothers and sisters went to school, where my father was a preacher, and I had to go face the music. Because we weren't fixing a budget is linear. Fixing student achievement is not linear. Fixing a budget is linear, but it's very painful. But when I left Dallas in 2022, I left them with $1 billion in reserve. It took a long time to build it back up, but we made better decisions. Your new CFO has done a great job of laying this out. You see the growth of students, you see the decline of students. I look at numbers and patterns. For the last decade, in the first 5 years, you had about $300 million in revenue and expenditures. Then it's like you started losing your discipline. Then it was okay to spend a little bit more than you allocated, because then you started adopting deficit budgets in 2017. But your adopted was pretty close to your actual. So you were intentionally drawing down on some reserves for whatever reason you did. But then that went from $300 million to $450 million. And you got away with it because you were growing students. You're not growing students anymore. The birth rates are down, and the enrollment is declining in Socorro, El Paso, Isleta. But let's look at the last 2 years. You planned for a $19 million deficit in 2023, and you got it. You planned for a $15 million deficit in 2024, and you got a $50 million deficit. That's the problem. You cannot pay your mortgage with your credit card. You have fiscal responsibilities as a fiduciary, as an elected official in this county. You adopted another $24 million deficit budget. We got here in time to make some adjustments, but we're headed in the same direction. I'm going to give it back to Mr. Solis, but I want to make a comment on the next 2 slides as well. So, Mr. Solis, I'll let you go back if you finish with this slide, and let's go to the next 2, and I want to make a comment on both of them.
Sure, thank you. One of the most pressing financial challenges we face is our employee health fund, which covers healthcare costs. Since 2020, the district has needed to use $33 million from our general fund reserves to help cover employee healthcare costs. Recently, we made structural changes to the health plan, which took effect on January 1st. While these changes were intended to help improve the sustainability of the fund, we won't see the full impact for several months. As of December 31st, the health fund is once again running a shortfall. Based on our current projections, we anticipate another significant transfer from our general fund reserves to keep the health plan stable. This is a serious challenge we must continue to address as we work toward a more sustainable healthcare funding model. Doc?
Yeah, you've been kicking the can down the road, and here it is. Multiple years of parentheses, and that's what's happened to your reserve. Let's go to the next slide. I'll comment after your comments, Mr. Solis.
Thank you. Due to declining enrollment and ongoing budget challenges, the district's financial reserves have dropped below recommended levels. By the end of this fiscal year, we anticipate an unassigned fund balance that will cover only 17 days of operating cost and cash reserves of $18.1 million, which covers just 14 days of operating expenses. For comparison, district policy recommends a minimum of 75 days of reserves, and the state's first financial accountability rating recommends at least 60 days of cash on hand. This means we must take action to align our spending with available revenue. If we don't, we risk putting the district in an unsustainable financial position. Our focus must be on making proactive, responsible decisions to ensure long-term financial stability and sustainability of the district. Doc?
October 2008, my chief of staff asked me if my chief financial officer had come talk to me. I said, no, what are you talking about? Doc, we got a $64 million deficit and we got a $32 million in reserve. That's why I had to lay off 1,000 teachers in the middle of the year. Luckily, we hired back 600 of them because I knew through natural attrition we would hire 1,000 teachers in Dallas every year. The board let me stay because I fixed the problem. I accepted responsibility. They let me stay, and then they actually brought me back for 7 more years because I took charge of the problem. I knew how we could fix it. I knew it was going to be very painful. And Dallas was not a great district like Socorro is. But let me tell you this. Look at the trajectory of those lines. And no, not all of you are in the same boat. There's one of your neighbors that has 81 days in reserve. That's why they're not dropping down. That's why they don't have to have layoffs. And if you kick the can down the road again, or if you want to delay, and what's going to change? You got to get the process started. Yes, nobody loves laying anybody off. But if you start the process, and I think the AFT told you, there's a policy you got to follow. And I know it like the back of my hand because I had to live through that. And the AFT was all over me. But in the end, they saw where we came out of it. And it requires tremendous leadership and courage. And we can help you with this. But it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun. But if you keep kicking the can down the road, next year, James is right. You're going to have to declare financial exigency in the middle of the year. And then you're going to have to lay off a whole lot more people because the state's not going to give you any money. Yeah, they got a $5 billion plan. They're giving it to school districts that have the teacher incentive allotment. You can't get that for 18 months. You can't bring that money to El Paso County for a long time because you haven't chosen to get in that. There's zero increase to the basic allotment right now in any proposal. So if you think the state's going to bail you out, your speakers were right. They're helping somebody else. So you have to, don't focus on things you can't control. You can't control the state, and you can't control El Paso, and you can't control Isleta. Only thing you can control is what's in front of you right now. And I'm very proud of your team because I spent 2 days with them. And there was so much consternation in that room because they realized what they had to do. And they were sick. But they came up with a plan, and I'm very proud of them. Now, I have all kinds of authority, but I'm going to sit and watch and see what you're going to do. Because people are not going to believe what you say. They're going to believe what you do. I'll turn it back to Mr. Solis.
Thank you, Doc. To close the budget gap, we have already taken steps to reduce spending, including implementing a hiring freeze and restricting non-essential travel and discretionary spending. We are also evaluating additional cost-saving strategies, such as eliminating duplicate software programs, adjusting staffing formulas to align with enrollment trends, reducing costs in transportation and extracurricular programs, restructuring high school schedules for efficiency, and eliminating small class sections to optimize funding. These are difficult but necessary steps to align our spending with available revenue. While reducing costs is important, we must also look for ways to increase revenue. Some of our efforts have included attendance campaigns and incentives to improve student attendance in an effort to maximize state funding, working with Linebarger to address delinquent tax collections and property value study appeals, and expanding enrollment initiatives to attract and retain students. We are also considering long-term strategies such as a voter approval tax rate election, or VATER, which would generate additional funding. Leveraging additional state funding programs, including additional day school year, ADSY, and the teacher incentive allotment, TIA. Every additional dollar we bring in helps maintain essential programs and services. One potential revenue option is a VATER, which could generate up to $28 million in additional funding. The first 3 pennies could generate roughly $18 million, and the remaining 9 pennies could generate an additional $10 million. Because of tax rate compression, existing debt capacity, and a potential increase in the homestead exemption, we anticipate minimal impact on our residents' property tax bills. It is important to recognize that a VATER will not alone solve our financial challenges. While balancing the budget is a key step, we must also prioritize rebuilding our fund balance reserves and strengthening our cash position to maintain long-term financial stability. Failing to address both of these leaves the district vulnerable to financial instability caused by unexpected expenses, rising costs from inflation, and potential state-level policy changes or inaction that could negatively impact funding. A VATER is one tool in our financial strategy, but additional steps will be needed to fully restore our financial health. One of the challenges we face when considering a VATER is the governor's proposed changes to how school districts can generate additional revenue. In addition to initiatives such as teacher pay raises, school choice, and expanded career training, the governor's tax relief plan includes proposed new voter approval requirements that would require a 2/3 majority vote for all tax increases and move all bond and tax rate elections to November, when turnout is typically higher. If these changes go into effect, it could become much more difficult for school districts to receive voter approval for necessary funding. This highlights the importance of careful financial planning and responsible decision-making today to ensure our district remains financially stable in the future. The initial budget proposal provided by the House and Senate have similar allocations for the overall funding for education. However, they differ in how the money should be distributed. The Senate has already passed bills that include educational saving accounts, commonly referred to as vouchers, which allow public funds to be used for private school funding, and also property tax relief. These decisions, along with others made during this legislative session, will shape the future of public education funding and ultimately determine how much funding our district will receive. This is why it's essential to carefully manage our budget and explore every available funding opportunity to support our students and staff. During the January meeting, Ms. Macias introduced additional day school year, or ADSY, as a possible way to increase state funding. ADSY is a program that provides extra funding to schools that add up to 30 additional instructional days for students in grades pre-K through 5. However, to qualify for ADSY funding, the district school year must already include at least 180 instructional days. Currently, our instructional calendar has 173 days, meaning we would need to fund an additional 7 days before we would be eligible for ADSY funding. While ADSY could provide additional funding, we must carefully determine whether it is a financially viable option for our district. Key factors we would need to assess include the cost of adding 7 instructional days before we qualify for state funding, salaries for teachers and staff required to work the additional days, and increased operational costs such as custodial service, transportation, and utilities. We will continue analyzing the financial impact to determine whether ADSY is a sustainable funding solution for our district. Similarly, at the January meeting, Mr. Kim discussed the teacher incentive allotment, TIA, as a way to increase revenue and reward top-performing teachers. TIA is not a traditional grant. It provides extra state funding for school districts that identify and recognize high-performing teachers. For our district, TIA could increase teacher pay based on performance, keep great teachers in our schools, and support student success by rewarding effective teaching. For teachers, this means higher pay and recognition for their hard work, all while remaining in the classroom and making an impact on students. TIA funding is structured to ensure that the majority of funds directly benefit teachers and classrooms. 90% of TIA funds must go directly toward teacher salaries at the school where the designated teacher works. Up to 10% can be used to expand the program and help more teachers qualify for the incentive. This means that TIA is a long-term viable way to invest in our educators, strengthen teaching quality, and support student learning. As mentioned by Dr. Hinojosa, implementing TIA is a multi-year process that requires planning and data collection before we can receive funding. Here's an estimated timeline. April 15, 2026 would be the earliest possible application submission to the Texas Education Agency. By August 2026, we would receive initial feedback and preliminary results. We would collect data and teacher performance evaluations during the 26-27 school year, and by February 2028, we would receive final approval from TEA and potential funding distributions. TIA requires a long-term commitment, but it offers a valuable opportunity to increase teacher compensation, retain top educators, and enhance student success in our district. At this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Stiles to discuss policy DFFB.
Before Ms. Stiles begins, we invented the teacher incentive fund, incentive allotment in Dallas. And it was very controversial. When I was gone for 3 years, we lost 60% of our teachers. But when I came back and we fixed a few problems with it, the reason I became a big fan and the reason the state passed it in House Bill 3 is that our turnover rate went from 22% to 11%. We kept 90% of the highest performing teachers, and 80% of the teachers that left were rated unsatisfactory. And then now we couldn't get teachers to apply for assistant principal's jobs because the best teachers were staying in the classroom because they were making $100,000. And unlike the report that we heard today that we need to fix, that's why I became a fan, because it helped we kept the best teachers and we kept them in the classroom. When I left Dallas, we had one teacher making $131,000. We had 47 made over $100,000, and this was in 2022. And we had a third of our teachers made over $70,000 legitimately, but they had to go to the toughest schools, and they had to deliver for our students. And this state money is now staying. You don't have to apply for this. So the districts that don't apply, by the way, now 60% of the districts in the state are participating in the TIA. And so you're leaving this money in Austin. You could be bringing it to your community. But as was described, it takes about 3 years to pull this off. And so your staff is trying to make plans about how you could utilize those funds.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Superintendent Mr. Vasquez. I'm Selena Stiles, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer, and I'm going to continue where Mr. Solis left off. As Mr. Vasquez mentioned earlier, this is the board agenda item. While there has been a reduction, as mentioned earlier, by 10% of the workforce at central office and departments, we are going to continue to evaluate departments and determine where additional cuts may be needed. The CTE program offerings, as Mr. Vasquez mentioned, we will be reviewing those for the participation, and it may result in where CTE programs are being offered. For the elementary fine arts redesign, the purpose for the phrase redesign, because the idea is not to eliminate the offerings of fine arts, it will just be offered by the teacher of record at the campus. For the staffing formula changes, as they mentioned, it is just in accordance with enrollment drops in an attempt to right-size the district. For the pre-K and kinder collab redesign, we actually currently have some campuses that are already practicing this way. Those students are part of the general classroom, it's inclusion, and they're still being provided services through specialized support or co-teach. In some instances where we have these units, students have been displaced from their home campuses. So this will give them an opportunity to come back to their home campus and receive services still. EEB staffing formula changes, again, as Mr. Vasquez mentioned, that's our regulation. I know Mr. Blanco recommended that I spell it out, but it is regulation EEB. And so we're evaluating the staffing ratios and how positions are allocated according to enrollment. Restructuring staffing for academic programs with low student participation. We won't know what that looks like until we have staffing. We start staffing tomorrow morning. We goes through Monday. We will be meeting with principals, and that's where some of that might be identified. The secondary staffing formula, again, just in accordance with the decline in enrollment and aligning the staff proportionate to enrollment. And the secondary staffing were high schools and middle schools. What that means is historically, our district has staffed above the staffing formula at middle schools and high schools. And we are going to bring those positions and have them be counted as part of the allocation. That's what that change is referencing. Policy DFFB, I do want to kind of outline what that looks like. So the policy itself is just identifying what is a program change, and a program change does address drop in enrollment, master schedule changes, staffing guideline changes, and other program changes. So we are in guidance and or in accordance following policy DFFB. This is what our timeline looks like. We're here today making a recommendation so that we can move forward and start planning. As Mr. Vasquez said, by any means, these decisions have not been easy, but our goal is to try to notify employees that will be impacted by this as soon as possible so that they can plan accordingly. So we have staffing, as I mentioned, starting tomorrow, Friday, and Monday. Campuses will have to identify the faculty and staff impacted no later than March 7th. That will give HR an opportunity to review and ensure that policy DFFB is being followed with fidelity. With that said, I also want to note that if those individuals are identified and we have vacancies in the district that have to be filled and their credentials meet that, according to policy, they will be afforded that opportunity first. So I do need to make sure that I stress that. And April 1st will be our deadline, last deadline to notify those individuals that are being impacted.
Mr. Salinas, I need to add a couple clarifying points here because I've been through this. It's actually, go back to the previous slide. There's a process by which you propose non-renewal. And then the policy then drives you how you execute that, the proposed non-renewal. So there, I need to add that point. Also need to add another point. I want Mr. Solis to make a comment on here. Well, actually, let me let you finish and then I'll come back because I want to talk about the difference of fund balance and cash flow. So, Ms. Lindsay, if you'll finish your part and I want to come back and talk about that.
So to Dr. Hinojosa's point, the purpose for this specific timeline is teacher contracts historically come to the board for approval in April. And so, he's correct, it will be a non-renewal process, and so we want to make sure we have that opportunity to share that information with employees that are impacted. Policy DFFB, how will we ensure fidelity? So there's 5 specific criteria that will be identified. This criteria identifies who stays. This policy identifies the purpose of the policy is that it's blind. It's not targeted. It's not targeted for a specific individual unless you're eliminating an entire program. So this policy is meant to be blind And so with that, we will be working with the principals to make sure that they're following specific criteria. The first one being qualifications for their current or projected assignment. What does that mean? That means type of certifications and credentialing that the individuals have. The second is job performance. So it does reference their evaluation and any possible disciplinary information going back 36 months. Okay? If by criteria 1 and 2, you're not able to identify, or you have two individuals that perhaps are very similar and you can't decide, then you go to 3. Third criteria is extra duty. Do any of these individuals coach? Are they fine arts teachers? Are they doing any type of extra duty? The fourth one is professional background, professional education and work experience related to the position. And lastly is seniority. Again, the purpose of this policy is to be blind, but it's also designed to keep the very best teachers for our students. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Vasquez, but I know Dr. Hinojosa, you wanted.
Yeah, I need to make another comment. And I need Mr. Solis to talk about this, but also Mr. Kim, who has a lot of expertise in this. Fund balance is very important because of the timing of the amount of cash you need, because you don't get all of your property taxes at the same time. You don't get your state aid, and you still got to make payroll every month. And so there may be the need, even again this year, for you to borrow money so that everybody gets paid. And so Mr. Solis and Mr. Kim, if y'all will kind of explain that concept a little bit so that the board understands what the importance of this.
No, definitely. So fund balance is basically just the accounting term for the difference between your assets and your liabilities. That includes spendable and non-spendable portions of that. Your cash on hand is actually what you have available for those meeting those daily obligations in terms of payroll, accounts payable. That's the money we actually have in our bank to pay those obligations. And as a result, when our cash was low during that time, when we were waiting for our tax revenue to come in, and typically our strongest position in cash is in January. The reason for that is because our state revenue comes in throughout the year on a schedule. Typically it's 15% in September, and it's 10% spread out throughout the year. However, there are a couple months in which we either don't get revenue or that 10% is cut in half, meaning in February we only get 5% of our disbursement, and in April and August we don't receive any state funding because it's expected that we live off of our tax revenue that comes in December, January, and February. And for that reason, this year we had to take out that short-term note so that we can meet our obligations in November, December, while we were waiting for our tax revenue to come in. So that's the difference between cash and fund balance and the timing of those two. So after this month, that's all the money I'm getting in for the most part. I've collected the majority of our tax collections. In February this month, I'm only going to receive just a small portion of state funding. Next month I'll receive 10%. April, I won't receive any funding. The challenge we have is as you saw, by the end of this fiscal year, I'm anticipating only having $18 million of cash on hand. I'll get another payment in July, but we won't receive another one in August, meaning there's a very strong possibility, and we're forecasting that we will have to take out another note around that time, July, August. Mr. Kim?
Board members, I don't want to add more to it than what's been added already, and I think Mr. Solis and Dr. Hinojosa has done a great job of explaining this. But let me just kind of go back when we were assigned here as conservators in August, and Mr. Solis wasn't here at the time. And perhaps in many ways, you've been operating with numbers that are not necessarily true to what it need to be. So your staff has done a great job since then to really refine those systems. We're not perfect in terms of our processes at this particular point. And of course, Mr. Solis is now leading the team to make sure that through our accounting procedures and cash flow analysis on a monthly basis that comes to you as an oversight should be provided to you. I think ADA numbers are in a better shape than ever before, more realistic in terms of the outlook. So I think you're going to get better numbers and better processes, efficient numbers that you can make better decisions going forward. The reality, though, is now that you are in this painful situation. You decided back in November, or actually in September, to decide to take out what's known as a tax revenue anticipation note of $25 million to cover payroll costs for 2 months. Had we not done that, your employees who are sitting behind me, as well as others who are not here, would have not gotten their paychecks right before Christmas. And you're in a potential another predicament coming here in the summer months, as Mr. Solis just mentioned. Budget is almost like is another highway. Cash flow is like the frontage road. You use the frontage road all the time, and you're kind of dipping into that. And your budget is kind of going forward without any stop signs. And that's what you're anticipating at the end of the year. And any savings from your budget rolls into fund balance. And you have to have a healthy fund balance in order to use that for cash flow purposes. Because there are months when the TEA is not going to reimburse you back until a certain point. And that's where the fund balance comes in relative to the cash flow analysis. So think about it from those particular ways for the general public to understand that there are two different things to issue. When you start thinking about these proposed cuts, while painful as it is, difficult it is, you're actually affecting the budget for next school year. It won't solve the cash flow problem that you're going to face the next few months. Doing those budget particular cuts will potentially create some additional fund balance position that would save on the cash flow analysis next school year. So you're actually right now making a decision that's going to go ahead and positively impact next year with a level of discipline management that you're going to have to go ahead and enforce yourself. But you're still going to come back the next few months, and we're going to have to go ahead and think about a cash flow issue and another revenue note to make the payroll work. And that's a cash flow issue that we have to think about.
Mr. Vasquez, I believe you wanted to.
I just wanted to,
turn it back over to
I
you.
know this is an incredibly difficult position for you all. I've known each of you for many, many years. And I know how much you care about this district and how passionate you are about the people in this district. And I know it's as painful for you all as it is for me and for all of us in here. But as you've seen the numbers demonstrated tonight, we're left with very few, if any other options than to take these drastic actions to bring our district back to healthy financial status. But with that, we'll go and turn it over to any questions you all may have.
Questions? Sir, please. Questions?
Sorry, I already want to cry. I apologize. To Mr. Vasquez, we started this process last year of reevaluating everything. We asked this of you and the team. Check every program, check our spending, check master schedules. Can you tell me that has been done with fidelity?
I can tell you that it has. You know, the problem is that close to 90% of our budget goes towards salaries. Another 5-ish% goes towards utility costs, fuel costs, things that we have to pay. So we're running the district on 5-6% of our entire budget. So, and out of that, that's everything else. And we've already reduced those at the department levels and at the campus levels. So we don't have much room left with that 5-6%. The only other place for us to look is in the 90%. We can cut stipends. We can cut other costs like we can cut other costs like catering and so forth, stipends, but that's not going to get us to 38 million. That's a big number, and I wish we could, but there's just not enough money in that what's left.
Several people had mentioned earlier properties. Are we selling properties that we are no longer using?
We just actually closed on a property yesterday. I believe we got the money. They wired us the money with about $9.1 million. So we have that. We have additional properties that we're looking at, totaling at the appraised value of about $14.5 million. Hopefully it goes for higher. We're going to put it on the market and hopefully get more than the appraised value. But the properties that we're looking at now would get us that much money. I know we did look. I know that came up a couple of times. We did look at the Ed Center. I thought it was going to bring in a lot of money considering the location. It was only appraised at $3.5 million. So we were looking everywhere. And so even if we do that, all our properties combined, it's going to come out to about $17-18 million.
A minute ago, you had said that we would be insolvent. Is that another word for bankrupt?
It's the word we use in education. The corporate world uses bankruptcy. We in personal lives, we would be insolvent. We would be unable to pay our debts. And that's what we would be left in if our fund balance is depleted. When we adopt another deficit budget, as you saw, we've been passing deficit budgets for years, and now we just can't afford to do that anymore. And you saw how low it had gotten with those 14 days. We would be unable to cover that deficit.
By becoming insolvent or filing for bankruptcy, let's just put it in layman's terms, does that mean that we're already under the care of conservators? Does that mean that we may go to a board of managers?
Yeah, I'll make another comment. Even though selling properties, that's one-time money, but your payroll is recurring costs. So that's just one time for something recurring. But yes, and we all know what happened in El Paso several years ago. If you're insolvent, the state takes over, and they replace the board and they replace the superintendent, and you see how close you are to that edge right now. Right now, you asked for us to come help you, and that's what we're doing here. And I have the authority to overrule your decisions, but I don't want to do that. But I can if I will. I mean, I will if I have to. But I don't want you to buy in. I want you to own this, because if you own this, then you'll make the best tough decisions you can make. But yes, what happened, board of managers and a new superintendent, and you lose total control, local control, and those things don't go away for 5 years.
My concern, if I may, if we are taken over by a board of managers, I've been looking at Houston ISD, and Houston ISD is in that predicament now. My fear is that what we're losing as far as our teachers are and the rights that our teachers have would be much greater if we turn our district over to a board of managers. A board of managers does not care about this community. They do not have the heart that hopefully we all do. This is our district, and I'm gonna fight for it come hell or high water, whatever that looks like. My decision has got to be based on what is best for 47,000 children first. I don't want to see anybody lose their job. I don't. But I do not want to lose this district. This district is the home to many of us. My children are all products of it. My wife was a band director for 20 years here. The fine arts are my life. This is not an easy decision by any stretch of the imagination. I need a guarantee from Mr. Vasquez and the team that a reduction in force doesn't mean eliminating fine arts, doesn't mean eliminating CTE, doesn't mean eliminating things that are working so beautifully in this district. Reduction in force means the possibility of saving our district at a very, very difficult cost. But I cannot see our district being given over to people who don't know you, who don't care about our teachers, our kids. It's not an easy decision, but I'm afraid that if we don't make this decision, we're going to have much greater loss in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Nara, I always say superintendents come and go. This is my district. This is our district. I've always said that. We had a superintendent 2 years ago. We had a balance. We didn't have a balanced budget, but we had a budget, we were at $91 million operating budget in 84 days. In 2 years, now we're down to 24 million, 15 days. There were some decisions that were made that the public probably was not aware of. That, yes, the superintendent hurt us, and he left us in a deficit, and it killed us. This is our district. This is my district. I gotta make sure with due diligence, I'm making the right choice. Whether I get elected or not, this is personal to me, personal to everybody. I gotta make sure I gotta make the right decisions. I ask, and please bear with me, I understand the financial challenges posed to the $24 million budget and our deficit and a continued decline in student enrollment. I strongly believe that it is crucial that we look at other options before moving forward with layoffs that will significantly affect our employees and our student quality of education. Specifically, I would like more detailed information on the potential cost savings from each proposed staffing reduction and whether they align with the overall deficit. I ask that we put together a committee with key stakeholders, including teachers, staff, and community members, to ensure that we're making the right decisions. Therefore, I respectfully request that we have several workshops before making any financial determinations on this matter. We have livelihoods at stake here. When we do budget workshops, we prepare months in advance. This was given to us today. How can I make a sound decision? Why don't we go out there and have workshops? Have emergency meetings, have emergency committee meetings next week before we make this before we make this decision.
One thing I could say is hard decisions are ahead of us. We know that. However, in Socorro, we're about relationships and we're about people. Each and every one of us knows each and every one of our families. That's what Socorro is built on. Things that I've heard, and I have my 100 questions. I'll first make my statement, then I'll go into questions. I've heard own this. We own it. I own it. I've heard numbers that were not true. We made decisions on numbers that were not true. So with those two things I could say is regain my trust. Right now, I don't have the information to make a decision. Those of you that have supported me know that I'm black and white. If it shows me the data, you guys will hate me, but you love me later. I will make my decision based on data. Those of you that know me, I will tell you when I feel that you are not correct and that you're stinking it up. Right now, it doesn't smell good. The reason it doesn't smell good is because I don't have the information to back you up. I trust you. But I'll say I'll trust you because I've seen what you're about. You've called me in to look at information. This was presented to me on Wednesday. Those of you that know me, it takes me a little bit of time to reflect, write all my questions. I don't have the information necessary. Now, we cannot continue to kick the can down the road. I do agree with that. We cannot. But we could do it together, and how we do that is, and are you ready for my questions? Okay, questions. How many committee meetings have you had?
We've met primarily with our cabinet, with our, we have put together a team of principals who have helped provide input We presented them some of our plans. We had them poke holes at it. We had them bring their suggestions, because they're the ones who know their budgets, and they know what they need, and they know where they can maybe make some cuts. They know that. So we met with them first time in December, again in early January, again in late January, and we've had those meetings. We've met countless times within our. I don't have a number. It's been, because it's almost daily, with our departments who could be impacted by these, just to kind of get their thoughts on and their ideas on where we can make cuts. Met with cabinet numerous times. Met with our conservators. Andrew Kim provided us with one of his financial experts earlier in the summer, just to make sure that we're not missing anything. So to give you a number, I couldn't, because it's been more than I can recall.
The reason I asked that is that, again, messaging went out on Friday, TMEA was going on. Information immediately started flowing, and some that were there were not able to answer the questions. As I was getting the emails that you were getting or the calls, I couldn't answer the questions. Again, not kicking the can down the road. We have to make difficult decisions, but we need to see the data. We heard about natural attrition. What are those numbers? So that we're able to truly say, this is where we have to go. Staffing, I know that potentially staffing tomorrow. That information is very important. That way we could all say, you know what, this is the option that we have, and there is nothing left to chance, meaning nobody believes that things are being done without planning. Because that was the other thing that I wrote down, is what is the plan? I know that you've met, again, I trust that, but as a board member, I don't have that information to support. I will support, just give me the information so that I could give you my feedback, and then honestly, I could look at those that are in front of me and say, you know what, based on what I saw, this is the best decision that we came up with. Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Macias, just to that point with staffing tomorrow, it's going to be very difficult for us to take action on anything or work with principals on anything if there's not anything done today. It will just postpone things.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Whenever you have data, option A, option B, option C. That way I could say, this is, we can. It takes work. It takes work. I'll give time. I have my other questions. Go ahead. Okay. Other question, adopted budget versus actual. Thank you. In 2024, if you could pull up that slide. And this is where you have to teach me.
Just get there. Get my notes.
Thank you. And I know that we have a pending meeting on Friday morning. I'll be here at 8 o'clock. Adopted revenue, 448 or 485 mil. Adopted expenditures, 500 mil. Adopted deficit, 15 million, but then actual, 50. So teach me why.
So during that year, we anticipated the district to grow by, I think it was supposed to grow anywhere between 500 and 700 students, from what I understand. During that year, we actually declined in enrollment. When we went into budget, we went in with the assumption that we were going to grow, meaning our budget assumptions were higher than what actually happened. That's a swing of almost over 1,000. That's a 1,000 kid swing. As a result of that, we staffed based upon increasing our enrollment. So we had more staff during the time of budget than actually materialized because the students we actually lost students that year. There was other cost that year that also contributed to that deficit. We've also invested in our academies during that time, so that was pulled from fund balance. I believe we also invested in turf district-wide. Parking lots, the repaving of parking lots. So the academies are about $4.3 million. The turf cost the district $6.4 million. Parking lot at Mount Wood High School was about $1.5 million, so that's about $13.5 million. During that year, I believe the compensation that was provided was 4%, to include adjusting the starting teacher pay from $57,500 to $60,500. Approximately, it's about $6 million for every 2%. So that year alone, there was $12 million in compensation provided, along with the retention stipend that was provided of $1,000. That didn't come out of ESSER. That came out of fund balance to the tune of close to $6 million. You consider all those factors and you get pretty close to that 50 million.
And that's why we cannot continue to kick the can down the road, correct? But transparency is very important. Those that are here, I think the way that you summarized it, and thank you for doing it, I don't think any of us, including myself, had heard it that succinctly. And I think that's how we regain trust in reestablishing what we have to do for our district. But with that, I heard we have to have transparencies, and I know that that's a cliche word, but truly it's the teaching piece. And Mr. Guerra, I love the fact that you said, let's start the board workshops, because that information is important. As we're making these difficult decisions, we have everybody in place to be able to help us with those. And I'll say this, and you guys are gonna boo me, but I'm gonna say it because again, you'll love me later. If there's staff reductions that have to happen, we all will say, you know what, they had to happen, and we could say why. But right now, I can't say why. That's all I have. I have my 100 other questions, but get ready Friday.
Mr. Vasquez, we've had several comments made, whether it's been here tonight or in the media, about what the elementary fine arts redesign looks like. Will you explain that?
Yes, ma'am. So we have, we're still required from the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills to teach the fine arts. So we've been getting it done expertly by our fine arts teachers for the past many years, and we get that. You can't replay. I was a third grade teacher. I was a fifth grade teacher. I know a little bit about music. I played a little guitar, but I couldn't teach it like they could, like they can. So we're still required to teach it, and we want to work to see how we can support our regular ed teachers to continue to address our Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. Will it be the
order, please?
Will it be the same quality?
Folks, if we have more outbursts, I'm gonna have to start asking people to be excused. Okay, we need to engage in this discussion, and we need to come to a decision. So please, no more outbursts.
And thank you. And if I'm being honest with, our teachers are not musically inclined, probably not like they are, and I get that, and I understand that. But until we had this program, we taught our own, and I'm not saying that not to the level and not to the quality, but we would still do that. We want to still see how we can support our teachers to continue to provide that music and art education. And we also still intend to keep our fine arts academies open and running staffed with the fine arts teachers, to include our STEAM academies, who also have fine arts folks assigned there.
and the pre-K kinder redesign?
So what we have 17 units, and I know Ms. Prime can speak to it, and if Ms. Solivares is here, they can speak to it far more eloquently. But what we currently have is 17 kindergarten and pre-K collaborative units where there's a teacher, an aide, and a regular teacher, special ed teacher, and an aide. What we would do is, and they go to basically like hubs, assigned schools where they have those specialized units. What we would have to do then, kids get to stay at their home school, and they'll be provided their instruction as prescribed by their IEP, by the special education teacher there at the school. So they wouldn't be traveling to another school anymore. They would stay at their home school, still receiving the services. Services would not be interrupted. We'd still need to provide their IEP. And I can let Ms. Olivares speak far more eloquently than I on that.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Olivares, Director of Special Education. With the redesign, I need to give you a little bit of history with how that works, and Mr. Vasquez said it well. We have some collaborative units that are supposed to be filled with a slightly more general ed students than special education students. So if it's a classroom, if it's a kindergarten classroom and we have 22 students in that classroom, there should be 12 general ed students, 10 special ed students. It's hard at the beginning of the year, and our campuses try to do a really good job to put them, to make sure that we start filling with general ed students, because our special ed students come to those classrooms throughout the school year. They don't all just start at the beginning of the year. Different students are identified, and so they come into the classrooms at other points. So we'd start with a classroom of general ed students, and then of course the ones that we know. What ends up happening in those classrooms, historically, every year, we're going through this right now as well, throughout the year, some of the other students who were general ed and not identified as being special education students then become identified. So oftentimes, as is the case right now in many of our classrooms, they become lopsided. So where we don't have, we have more general ed students than special ed students. Or in other cases, some parents have opted to move their general ed students out of that classroom, or we just can't fill the 10 to 12 spots with general ed. So then again, we are limited to the amount of students we can put in there. So in a class, it could be 8 general ed students. That means we can only have 7 spots for special education. So instead of being able to fill those 170 classrooms, those 17 classrooms with 170 students, we're limited to depending on what the ratio is in there. So while it's a great thing that I have advocated for year after year, that it is something that we need for our students, inclusion is something we need for our students, especially at that young age, to get them started. It hasn't worked the way that it really should work. So with the redesign, it would be we still utilize those special ed teachers and paras and use them into the, put them back into the student to teacher ratio at the campuses so that we can still give those students all the services they need, but without moving them from campus to campus and keeping them at their home campus.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, are we eliminating any departments?
Not departments, no. We still intend to teach, especially with the fine arts, we still intend to keep our middle school and high school programs running as is.
Right, and I mean, anyone who knows my 3 daughters, especially those involved in flags, know that, I mean, fine arts, as a matter of fact, Crystal is a dance major at UTEP, so certainly fine arts is important, and I wouldn't imagine that you would ever recommend to eliminate fine arts. As I look at the recommendations, I do understand them. I mean, even looking at the numbers, and I know this decision is difficult. Firsthand, I myself was lost my job on January 17th, reduction in force. So when I say I know how difficult this is, yes, I do. Because guess what? I'm applying. I had to polish up my resume. I now need to try and figure out how I'm going to pay my mortgage, my bills. Figure out how I can continue to support my daughter who is trying to finish up her junior year in college. I know it's hard, and it's not easy, and it's difficult sitting here in the middle, knowing both sides. I also know that we can't continue to kick the can down the road. We ask administration, we need to save money. Bring us recommendations for changes in the health plan. And then we don't adopt them. We say, help us understand the budget process. We have a budget workshop. We go through exercises to understand, the impact of certain changes. And no matter what, when salaries is 85% of our budget, doesn't matter how many times I change those numbers. Didn't work. We told administration that our fund balance is important, that we need to recover our fund balance. And we know how important it is. Look at our bond rating. Look at the warning that we received about the first report. Look at the fact that we had to get the tax anticipation note. If we don't demonstrate that we can make decisions to correct our financial position, who do you think's going to lend us money in July? I wouldn't. And if they do, at what cost? Because if we can't be fiscally responsible, guess what? That's a big risk. So the money that I lend you is going to be a lot more expensive because I'm not sure I'm going to get it back. And even worse, how can we go to our community, which at some point, the state doesn't seem to be helping. And they don't seem to care either. How can we go to our community and ask them to increase taxes, which I anticipate at some point we're going to have to? There's no choice. When we maintained a steady tax rate, the M&O rate, yes, I know the overall tax rate has gone up, and that is because of our bonds, but those are voter approved. But how can we go to our community and ask for an increase in M&O when we haven't shown that we can make decisions that align our district, our staffing, with the number of students that we have? Birth rates are decreasing. Plain and simple, they are. Kids these days, and I don't want my daughters to hear me say this too loud, right? But, about their age, I had plenty of friends who already had kids. My daughter's friends don't. They're waiting longer. Some of them have their own houses already, and they still are waiting. So yes, we see all these houses going up, we see all these apartments, but guess what? There's no kids in them. There's no kids to come to our schools. Declining birth rates year over year, declining enrollment. At some point, we have to right size. And I don't see it getting better if we wait any longer. Ms. Stiles, I think you said March 7th was a critical date. March 7th is just over 2 weeks away. Mr. Vasquez, is this a commitment to eliminate 300 jobs, or if for some reason enrollment increases next year, if the state gives us additional funding, if suddenly 300 people retire, right? Is that, I mean,
So we're not gonna wait to see what the state does. Last time they never came. And I'll just say this, there were districts across the state in this city who gave raises in anticipation of a large sum of money coming from the state. It never came. That came around the same time as we saw our enrollment start to decrease, when we over-projected our numbers. And I wasn't here at the time, but with due respect to my predecessors, who would have seen that coming? We grew by 565 students one year, and then we lost 539 students the next year. It didn't even go flat. There wasn't even a gradual decline. It was a huge decline. As Mr. Solis pointed out, it was about a 1,200 student swing. So all of these things happened at the same time. And we, this is gonna be difficult, but it's what, as you said it right now, there's not a lot of options. We've seen the results. That line graph of our fund balance is staggering. When you look at that line graph and then you compare that to, how much our student loss and all these other numbers, it paints a terrible, terrible picture. And quite honestly, we can wait another week. The numbers are going to be exactly the same. And I wish I had more options for you. I wish I had an option A, an option B, an option C. We don't have that.
so it's difficult, I never imagined being in this position. I'm not sure I want to be remembered as, the board who approved a reduction in force, but there's no way I'm going to be remembered as the board that made the district insolvent. And when we have 14 days cash on hand, that's unavoidable. I mean, there would be businesses closing down with 14 days cash on hand.
Mr. Nahan, I agree with you. I don't want to be the board that we bankrupt our district. But I see the numbers here, but I still think we're not doing our due diligence. Do we put a principal meeting together? Do we ask every principal, not just a select few? Do we ask every principal? Do we have more committee meetings? That's what we need to do before I can make a right decision. Me and myself, so I could go to sleep at night and thinking, I made the right choice. I made the right decision. We have livelihoods. I want to make sure, you're right, it might not change next week or a week from now, but are we doing our due diligence? That is my take. I'd like to make a motion to table this item so we can have more committee meetings.
I second that.
I have a motion made by Mr. Guerra, a second made by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion?
I would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, before you take a vote, you need to understand the ramifications of this decision. I want legal counsel to tell you when the last day to execute is available, but also want, when you're dealing with something like this, there's always three answers: the legal answer, the political answer, and the practical answer. He's going to give you the legal answer. You know what the political answer is. I also want the staff, with mostly HR, to talk about, if you don't have this staffing meeting tomorrow, then the further you push it out, what kind of impact is the practical answer going to have? So let's start with the legal answer, and then we'll hear the practical answer, and then I may offer an opportunity for a compromise to do what you're talking about.
Thank you. Board President Nahara, Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez, members of the board, Steve Blanco, legal counsel for the district, and we've been going over this, and I understand the timing issues associated with it, and I'm not an advocate for delay. I understand it's important and it needs to be done soon. There are some timelines that you have to keep in mind, and the last possible date that the board can have the administration issue notice to anyone who may be affected by a layoff. So you go through the process, you choose the employment areas going to be affected, they identify people that are going to be laid off. Those individuals have to come back to the board. You have to approve the proposal to issue a notice to non-renew. The last day that that notice to non-renew can go out is May 21st. That's the last day. Your staffing internally with the district is handled differently than that. We don't always look at that last day. Ms. Stiles is talking about the normal process that we would use. You would normally bring contracts back to the board for approval way before that. So if you're going to include some delay in this decision, you're going to also be changing the way you issue contracts. You're not going to be able to have that normal pattern because we don't know who's going to be affected yet. They have to apply the criteria. Just keep in mind that that last possible date is May 21st. The board has to act before that date to approve the notice that goes out, and that recommendation has to come to you, so you have some scheduling issues.
Ms. Stiles, you'll talk about the practical answer about the.
Mr. Blanco, I'm sorry, just for clarification. So the notice would have to be received by the recipient on May 21st, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we would have to, it would have to come to us, we would have to consider it. If there was a notice to be delivered, then HR would have to create the notices, and they would have to be received by the recipient by May 21st.
Correct.
Okay.
And Ms. Stiles, you'll all talk about when you normally issue contracts and then all the things that your team has to go through for the staffing piece.
Yes, sir. So we have preliminary staffing scheduled for tomorrow through Monday, as I mentioned. And the purpose of it is to plan for the fall. We have another staffing in the fall. However, contracts come to you for teachers in April. And our plan was to notify those impacted by April 1st, so that it gives them the courtesy of ample opportunity so that they're able to plan. Again, not an ideal situation, but May 21st, that's a late notification for them to be made aware, and not our normal practice. Even for those that are coming for non-renewal through employee relations, we do so by April 1st. That's our internal deadline that we follow. The staffing, it's just going to delay the process, which will push out how we plan for fall. So we know what we need and what we don't need.
And my potential compromise, Mr. Kim and I feel like we need to be here with you if you decide to delay. But we have other obligations, but we can make ourselves available on Monday, March the 3rd, and we'll come back. And if that's the only item on the agenda, but what are you going to discover between now and March the 3rd? There's not a whole lot, so that then we can move forward. So that's something for you to consider, and just let you have a further dialogue before you take. Well, Mr. Kim, anything else you want to add?
Board members, you just got, once again, this is just a traffic issue. You have the practical issue that Ms. Stiles just mentioned about, your contract agreements that needs to go out, and assurances, letters of assurances that will go out as well too. That would affect your budgeting in terms of what you're predicting your budget's going to be for next school year. And obviously we want to go ahead and be conservative in that budgeting. Anticipation of a decline of another 750 students, and potentially even more to create an extra room to be able to create a fund balance position by end of next school year in the actual budget when it closes. That's how you create a fund balance. So it's going to be some time before we do that. So that's something that we're going to be very thoughtful about in terms of how we go through this process. I think tonight, if you were to make this decision, or March the 3rd for that matter, you're giving some authority to your staff to go forward in this process, to understand where the staffing needs to be, applying those policies that you have, and applying those things that need to be done. If not, it's hard to go ahead and make those decisions. So conceptually, you're making that decision tonight on behalf of the the staff to give them authority to start working on those things. And I think that's something to be very thoughtful about what you're actually making decisions about here tonight.
And I'm still recommending that you take action tonight. But that's another option if the board considers that this is so important that you need to step back a little bit, and that can still keep us on the timeline. It may be more challenging for the human capital office, but that's another option to consider.
I have a motion made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Macias. Again, discussion.
Yes, I'd like to discuss. We do have community meetings set February 25th, 26th, 27th, East Lake Americas Montwood, March 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, El Dorado, Pebble Hills, Socorro High School, and then the DSC. We have that already set up. Why not continue to share with everybody where we are? And that's where we have the feedback. And hard decisions have to be made. Again, I'm going to say that to everybody. You know, if I could look at each one of you like I am, they have to be made. But it is important that our community knows why, and you can move forward. I've been with you in staffing. We could project. And at that point, we know exactly how many employees, and that information is then clear to the community. We are looking at X number. We are looking, and these are the protocols. I know that you shared the policy, and it states, and I agree, high-performing teachers. That was number one. We know that impacting students, the number one impact to a student is an effective, high-performing teacher. Again, there's research out there. The other one is coming to school every day. So we want to see what that looks like, and I agree with you. You need all that information, but to me, and that's why I seconded the motion, it is important that we educate everybody where we are and why, so when we make the tough decision, we're able to possibly make it again in the future. Is this going to be our declining enrollment? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be a grandma for probably never. I'm a tia abuela, and I think I'm very proud of it. Declining enrollment is here to stay. So we're going to have to discuss this every single time, and we know that students equals teachers. We have amazing programs that we want to provide them, so those are the difficult conversations we have to have. We have aging buildings that we discussed. I agree that ADSI, I think you have to look at. I think there is a possibility that and it's not adding additional days. Our teachers, what are you all, 187? 180 is right within the 187. We turn on lights, we have, everything's there, and we're leaving millions on the table. As far as TIA, I know that's a controversial piece. I heard 2026, April 2025 is down the road. I mean, we cannot wait for certain things. And those are difficult because I know associations, you're like, what is she talking about, TIA? That is the reality. Some of our high quality teachers are not making what they need to because we're a little bit afraid of that. Let's pay them. That's the only way right now, unfortunately. Public education is under attack. And we need everybody on board to have these difficult conversations, but that's what's important to me. I'm only one. That we're able to educate everybody so that we can have these difficult decisions and conversations, not just now, but we have many to make in the future.
Ms. Macias, I completely respect and understand your predicament, your position. My concern is that between now and March, I can't see a lot changing with regards to our situation, our current situation. And I'm seeing people living day to day. I have many teachers that are my friends, many that I consider family, and they're just waiting, and it's killing them not to know. And I feel like we're just prolonging the inevitable, and it's making it more and more difficult, because even though I understand tabling it is going to buy a little bit of time, but it's not going to change the situation. And I respect that 100% because eating my soul to make this decision today. But I do not want this district to be lost because we can't make that decision today.
If I can just say one more thing, you asked me a question earlier, Mr. Nahara, and I answered it partially, but not fully. One of the things you asked me is, what if the attrition rate is higher than anticipated? And that's one thing that we've looked at, and I'll tell you, these situations. First of all, I'm not saying you all were so passionate and spoke so eloquently, especially our students. I mean, I love. It's hard to hear, but I see the passion, and I get the importance. I've been an educator 30 years. Just because I'm upper level administration doesn't mean I haven't dedicated my life to this profession like the teachers have. But sometimes these things, and I'm not talking about you all that spoke today, I'm just saying sometimes these situations bring out the worst in people. But more often than not, they bring out the best in people. Just over the past few days, I've received emails, spoken to people. People have told me things like, I'm on an extended contract. I don't mind giving up some of my days and take a pay cut if that's going to help. I've had others say, I was thinking of retiring. I wasn't sure, but if it's going to help save a job, I'll retire. I even had one lady say, I love Socorro. I love working here, but I'm financially stable, honestly. I don't need to work. If it's going to help somebody save somebody's job, I'll resign. So with that in mind, I think if we were able to get through attrition, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Stiles, but if we were able to get the attrition rate higher than we had, and in light of all these people's generosity, that could potentially help. I wish we were in a better financial situation where we could offer retirement bonuses, things like that. We just are not in that situation where we can do that.
Motion made by Mr. Guerra to table the item, seconded by Ms. Macias. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept administration's recommendation.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Nahara. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The item passes. The meeting is to be closed for discussion with legal counsel, to receive intruder detection audit report findings for Purple Heart Elementary School, to consider administrative recommendation for Chief Human Resources Officer under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.074, and 551.076. The date is Wednesday, February 19th, 2025, and the time is 10:57.
Socorro Independent School District has more than 48,000 students and 51 campuses, but we're not just a number. Here, we're cared for, we're loved, we belong. Team SISD is a true Texas public school district that gives us unforgettable memories, traditions, experiences, and the opportunities we need to have a bright, successful future. Want to be a health professional? Once a bulldog, always a bulldog. Want to design skyscrapers? There's an empire for that. Have you heard the early bird gets the worm? Well, that's why they fear the falcons. We don't just rise. This is Sparta. We earn our horns and trailblaze and overcome to be the first and the best. I know. It sounds extra, but it's just our flex. For over 60 years, Socorro ISD has set its sights on our future with vision, innovation, investing, building, and planning to prepare us for the real world. These are our opportunities, and we will seize them.
Socorro ISD offers 45 different pathways in CTE. We have added PTECs, Pathways in Technology Early College High Schools. We have 7 advanced academies, and we also, throughout the district, offer 7 early college high school opportunities for our students. So there's a lot of choices students have to make while in 8th grade so that they have a pleasant experience while in high school.
My favorite part of HPA is the fact that we get like opportunities to go outside of school and go into hospitals, so we can actually get that hands-on and like actually view what is actually happening in the hospitals and clinicals. Since I'm interested in being an RN, I got to talk to actual RNs about their experience, where they're from. We went to UMC, we went to Providence. I also got to do middle schools and elementaries. It really helps you like build that understanding of how everybody's different, and you have to understand and like care to their needs.
Because it is really a dream that if I was a kid, I would have never believed that I was doing all this stuff that I was doing in the program. They make me feel like family. There's a sense that I don't get in any other setting. When I'm at school, I don't feel like I'm at school. I feel like I'm doing something that I want to, and the day goes by quick, super quick. And it just gives that sense of well-being and family, and it really is a dream, because I would have never thought I would be in the position that I'm in.
The students can select up to 3 different programs or academies that they would like to attend, and through the lottery process, they're placed in those different academies or early college high schools that they choose. We've had over 80% first selection offered for our students.
The Libertas Academy is a law and government program where students can learn how to be lawmakers, law officials, learn about the government, how it was brought up, and basically prepare us for the future in some sort of government professional field. My parents and I, we actually thought it was an amazing opportunity, even as a high school student starting your freshman year, that you get to start learning about these career fields, and that you get to really experience it firsthand, and you get to learn about these careers that you want to go into and get a step ahead of everybody else. It was just, we had to take it. It was an amazing opportunity.
The Academy provides a really unique experience because it offers students the rigor of not only college, but also like kind of a taste of law school, which is really unique. It's something that we really don't have anywhere nearby. So I think that it's really, really cool that it provides that educational opportunity, but also it provides that community. A lot of people think that we're just all business, that we don't have fun, but we really have become like a family. I really have found some amazing friends, amazing professors.
It's taken a huge investment, not only in equipment, facilities, but also in maintaining our teachers' credentials, getting them training, keeping them up to date with current standards. Socorro has always been known as a progressive district. By what we offer our kids supersedes most other school districts across the state. And I have great confidence that we'll continue to progress with what's leaving our schools.
So our dual language program consists of 2 different types of models. We have the 90-10, which is for pre-K students, and this is where the students are in a classroom with 1 teacher. Depending on their first language, they're going to get 90% of the instruction in English, 10% in Spanish, or vice versa, 90% in Spanish, 10% in English. And then we have our 50-50 model. And starts from kinder all the way to 5th grade. And this is where the students have 2 teachers where they're learning both languages, English and Spanish, 50 and 50% of the time, depending on the taught subject and language.
I can tell you it's full of excitement and engagement. Here the students get to create, they get to express themselves, and they have the opportunity to do it in both languages.
Porque han empezado desde chiquitos, entonces ya llevan mucho tiempo ellos en colaboración con los demás alumnos y sí se ve que entre ellos mismos se apoyan. Tenemos parejas que son nuestras parejas bilingües, que viene siendo la fortaleza en un idioma, ya sea en inglés o el español, y están con otra persona que es el opuesto. Entonces, entre ellos mismos se apoyan, ya sea en el aula que viene siendo español o en el aula que viene siendo en inglés.
I'm proud to say that we have had great success. Right now, we currently have served 4 campuses. Our students have been very successful. So the goal of the program is that the students become biliterate and bilingual. By the time they're in the program, they do achieve great academic level success. And of course, they stay in touch with their culture as well. Once the student completes 5 full years in the dual language program, then they can qualify for a Spanish high school credit.
Regardless if they're in the English classroom or the Spanish classroom, they have the same equal opportunities to practice all their domains, the speaking, the listening, the reading, writing.
Ellos colaboran mucho, son niños que siempre van a estar hablando, siempre van a estar participando. Cuando una persona entra a nuestro salón, nunca va a ser un salón que no se escucha nada, y creo que es lo que a ellos les gusta interactuar. Tenemos muchas manualidades, utilizan mucho sus manos y ellos pueden colaborar juntos, y es algo muy especial que hacen ellos, esa relación también con ellos mismos.
They start working with cognates and false cognates. No se dice así, se dice así. Oh, now I remember, I saw it with Miss Gonzalez. Oh, no, wait, I saw in first grade, Miss Castro told me that it was this. So they start coming, and you start seeing them coming together. It's amazing because they start connecting everything.
SISD is truly the district that offers many opportunities for our students. Dual language is not just opening doors for our students to become bilingual and biliterate, but it's opening doors for their future.
Socorro ISD makes learning innovative. We fly drones, we take center stage, we take care of the environment, and we learn to take care of our health and become lifelong learners. Our new elementary academies offer unique programs to inspire, challenge, and prepare us for success. Register now at SISD.net and seize your opportunity in Team SISD.
The Socorro Independent School District is committed to helping all students find their voice and achieve their highest potential. We understand the important role that families play in our children's education, and we welcome you, our military-connected families, to Team SISD. With 46 schools designated Purple Star campuses by the Texas Education Agency, the most of any school district in the El Paso region, Team SISD is committed to supporting the unique needs of military-connected students and their families through a variety of resources and services. These include a comprehensive website for military families, a campus transition program, multiple special events, military family life counselors, and a military liaison at each of our 51 campuses who all reach out and serve our military-connected families. Team SISD stays in close contact with our Fort Bliss counterparts to access and share information, ideas, and trainings to provide the best education for our 6,500 plus military-connected students. To assist with the social and emotional needs of our students, we maximize support services by engaging with our school counselors, including our military and family life counselor, and local agencies such as NAMI, the YWCA, Child Guidance Center, local daycare providers, and the Paso del Norte and Meadows Family Leadership Council. We value and greatly appreciate the sacrifice our military parents make for our country, our community, and our children. We salute you, and we are delighted to have the opportunity to serve you and your family in our district. Thank you for being part of our district and helping us ensure that Team SISD is the right choice for endless opportunities. El Paso parents, pre-K to 12th grade registration is now open for new and returning students. Team SISD's pre-K programs offer engaging hands-on learning for young students to build a solid foundation in their academic journey. Join our top academic academies, award-winning fine arts programs, championship athletics, and career and technical education with highly qualified teachers. Register at sisd.net/enrollment and seize your opportunity in Team SISD. Hello and welcome to SISD TV News, where we deliver the latest news about the Socorro Independent School District. In today's segment, we'll take a look at stories and special events from the beginning of the school year. In our top story, the Education Service Center Region 19 announced the Teachers of the Year winners during an award celebration at the Starlight Event Center.
Socorro Independent School District.
Christopher J. Martin, a teacher at Colonel John O. Enser Middle School, was named the 2025 ESC Region 19 Secondary Teacher of the Year. He will now represent the region at the state level.
I just focused on trying to get better every single day, like the football players say. Next game, next day, focus, just get better. And as long as you try to get to be a better person every day, things just seem to work out. It's amazing.
Team SISD welcomed military-connected families during the first Welcome to Socorro ISD event. The event allows families to explore different opportunities the district offers in academics, sports, and college and career readiness programs.
Socorro ISD is the only district that has so many Purple Star recognized schools, and the reason that we have that recognition is because of the services that we provide for military-connected children and their parents. We have a military liaison assigned to every single one of our 51 schools, and we also have all kinds of events to involve them, to make sure that they are connected with each other, that they know who the other military-connected parents are, because often that is the only family that they have in this community.
I think it's pretty cool because it kind of shows different families, the different like resources there are for military, like the MFLACs in the schools and the community and service, like counselors and stuff in the schools for that. I think it's beneficial for military families because there's more stress for those kids, and the constant moving and everything. Like my senior is on her 10th school, and this kind of highlights it and shows us where it's available and what it does.
25th graders at Campestre Elementary School received free school supplies from the Healthy Zone and books from the Socorro Federation of Teachers.
When we found out it was in the morning broadcast and my kids looked at me, they're like, Miss Lovano, us, no way, we got chosen? And I told them, yeah, of course. I told them all the good things about you guys. So they were super excited, and when you guys walked in today, they were also extremely excited just to see the amount of effort and love.
Saying you want to do it and then really experiencing it, it's different. I didn't know the kids are going to react this way. I'm looking at them and then reading the books and kind of like, oh, okay, like I would do this again.
It's really special because we come from a community that is predominantly low income. We are a Title I school at 92% low income. So it's an opportunity for our scholars to receive resources and supplies that are super needed for everyday use, for working with their teachers, working on projects. So it's a wonderful opportunity for our scholars to receive something that possibly their family cannot afford. So those donations, because of our beautiful community, is so welcomed.
So it's you see it on their face, the smile on their faces, it's priceless. You know, so these kids are bringing school supplies, books, so they could share this for a long time.
Evelyn Perez, a dedicated special education teacher at Eastlake High School, has taken her passion for educating and supporting individuals with autism to the next level by writing 2 books.
I want to create awareness through my books. I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to teach children about autism so we could make this a better world. I know it sounds, but that's my goal. It's been a surreal experience. I've been out in the community trying to spread awareness, and I've had mothers who have cried or just it's been such a great response.
Team SISD kicked off the Walk for Success program with a call-out event. Principals, assistant principals, counselors, and teachers called former students who have not re-enrolled in school to encourage them to complete their education.
We want to let the kids know that we miss them. We want them to finish their degree. We want them to get their high school diploma. We want to see them walk across that stage. And we are a family, so we don't want to leave them, out there and for them to be dropouts. We want to make sure that they earn a good living.
Socorro, Eastlake, and America's high schools celebrated their fall festivities with their annual homecoming parades. Many participated and enjoyed the outdoor school spirit.
Very nostalgic. It's my last year, the last time I'll ever march in a parade probably. So it makes me happy knowing that I've kept doing it for 4 years.
I'm excited, very emotional because I've been in the parade like every year. And it's just excited to see like how I started as a freshman and how my years have progressed and like just see all my friends here and everyone else.
Have fun because school is gonna fly by, and I didn't believe that until actually right now. I remember hearing that school flies by my freshman year, and I didn't believe it, and now I'm a senior.
That's our show for today. I hope you've enjoyed learning about the latest in the Socorro Independent School District. Make sure to follow us on X with the handle @Socorro ISD. Also be sure to friend us on Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel, Team SISD, and visit our website. Thank you and see you next time.
En el distrito de Socorro, aprender es innovador. Volamos drones, tomamos el centro de escenario, cuidamos nuestro medio ambiente y aprendemos a cuidar nuestra salud para ser mejores aprendices de por vida. Las academias de primaria de SISD ofrecen programas únicos para inspirarnos, desafiarnos y prepararnos para el éxito. Regístrate ahora y aprovecha tu oportunidad en el equipo SISD.
We're back in session. The date is still Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The time is 11:17, and we still have a quorum. Continuing with our agenda, new business, consider approval of administrative recommendations. Mr. Vasquez?
President Nahara, members of the board, administration will not be making a recommendation this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. There being no further business before this board, we are adjourned. The date is Wednesday, February 19th, 2025, and the time is 11:17.